He's going to have to consolidate for a few more overs and make sure that they don't. I know you say that all teams do in all levels now. They bat all the way down, don't they?
They do, and like we've seen so many occasions this year. You think you might have just about broken it, and there's someone else that will come in, and like we know our girls are capable of that. Look, when we were chasing at Diamonds and Vipers, we batted long. So yeah, look, honestly, the game's never dead, and I think that's the joy of 50 over cricket, isn't it? Like you've got to be in it for the whole time to win the game, and there might be times when you're not on top, but you've got to stay in it, and yeah, we'll see how that pans out over the course of the day.
Lightning skipper out there. Bryce does have 100 to her name already this year against Thunder at Loughborough. That's going to get through. Colpack manages to get down, but I managed to stop it, just piercing through for the single. 109 unbeaten in the game at Loughborough back in July. Bryce in that one. Chasing 239 to beat Thunder. Threlkelds with 91, top scoring in that 238 for 9. And Bryce coming in at 3, 109 unbeaten. 50 as well from Sophie Monroe down the order. I was just looking through the 100 form book for the Rockets. Only batted twice. 12 not out and 1 not out. It's a funny one they have, breaks up. I mean, somebody had hit 109 in early July and then hasn't really batted since then, only 4 innings since the 9th of July for Bryce. That's just one of the things, without wanting to be too political or controversial, that's just one of the things that both the men's and the women's game has to sort out a little bit, is that volume of cricket where all of a sudden you can find yourself without many games for a while.
Yeah, I think the 100's a brilliant competition for our game. Like, we don't have to be political about that. It's been brilliant for the exposure that our girls get, for those experiences that they get playing in front of big crowds, and yeah, it's here to stay in some way, shape or form. And like I said before, we've probably got a bit of work to do as a game to work out how we manage that time a little bit better for the benefit of all players. I think that obviously the Commonwealth Games being part of it this year made our tournament even shorter from a women's perspective, but the gap was still the same length, so there was a bit of
Bolter! Quicker ball,
legs, I think.
Yeah, quicker ball from Gardner, and 110 for 5. Boyce rocking back, looking to access the onside, but back she goes, and well, another wicket falls, and this is what they've got to try and slow down at the moment. Lightning. Boyce gone for 3, bowled by Gardner from 13 deliveries, and they really do need to try and slow the fall of wickets at the moment in these middle overs, because it's going to heap the pressure on, especially at the other end for Bryce, to try and slow things down. We can see the replay of it there, and yep, leg stump, rock back, just stepped too far across.
Round her legs. Yeah, again, like thoroughly deserved. She's definitely bowled better than the runs against column has suggested, and yeah, great reward for plugging away and continuing to back her skills and to hit the length. And like, you talk about players having not played for a long time, like Jo was with Southern Brave and like didn't get on the field. Like it's tough. Like, you speaking to, like, how do you break into a team with that lineup? She's gone away, developed her game. She's loved the experience, but she hasn't played cricket. So actually, she's a prime example of how can we have a balance where she can, like, the last game of cricket she would have played would have been the 23rd of July, and like, barring warm-ups and things for that. The last competitive game was the 23rd of July at Ageas Bowl. So there's a bit of work for us to do, just to create a balance where it allows that continuity for the players and the staff and the fans.
It's Gardner in again. That's an edgy along the floor from Kirk, first ball to backward point.
But then again, if she bowls this well after 6 weeks off, maybe we'll give her 6 weeks off more regularly. That's off from game. There's a lot of cricket that's gone into her legs over the last month.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled.
You can almost see the confidence growing, can't you?
Yeah. She comes across as that kind of character as well. So Gardner, once her confidence is up, actually you probably prefer to leave the room. Those sixes I'm thinking of in the commentary box thereafter.
She's a competitor.
Oh, mistimed by Kurt. She's got herself into a bad position on that one. Just had to trap the bat down onto it really in the end. Kayla Kirk. Oh, attempted sweep. Going down the leg side though. End of the over. 110 for 5. So Boyce sent back. And Gardner 2 for 31 from her 7 now. Bringing that run rate down closer to 4s where it's been up around 5s. And that's going to be the problem for Lightning now, is their run rate across the innings dips below 4 and over. It's going to be difficult to get that back up for a little while for them. They're going to have to consolidate with that wickets column now, only just past the halfway stage of the innings.
Yeah, I think the great thing about good wickets and quick outfields is it sometimes just, we saw it after the dismissal of Sarah Bryce, didn't we, that it didn't take that long for, like, Catherine Bryce suddenly found herself having faced 3 balls and with 9 on the board, and that slightly different later on in the innings with your boundary riders out. There's a lot of work still to do for Sunrisers and our girls out there to make sure that we keep our foot on the gas and don't give them anything free, make them work for everything that they're doing.
.11 for 5. It's a single for Bryce. Brings Kirk back on strike. She did score a 50 against the Sunrisers last year, 57 at Loughborough in the Charlotte Edwards game there. Inside edge onto the pads. It's nicely tickled. That's deep backward square. 112 for 5. Is there a chance for any of those that aren't involved in the hundreds? They go back to Middlesex, going back to all the other clubs.
Yeah, they've all played quite a lot of county cricket over the last month.
This ball's pushed to mid-off in the snare. Sorry, I should rephrase that. What I meant was for the ones that are involved in the 100 but not playing. Is there any sort of possibility there? I know that's been talked a lot about in the men's game as well, where someone like Toby Rowland-Jones, for example, I don't think played a game. They've been called up by London Spirit, so missed all of the Royal London One Day Cup for Middlesex, but then wasn't playing any cricket at all. So I think there has been some talk about, can they not be released back to their counties if they're not playing?
Yeah, I guess we probably just have to look at the scheduling, and like if we've got no regional cricket during that month, will there be, like, it's all down to counties to schedule their own fixture list at that time of year. Perhaps we'll see different next year, so there might be opportunities for people who aren't getting game time to go back and play. So I think it's like, as a game, there's a collective effort to work out how to best manage it. Then we can definitely find a way for this competition to work within our season.
Sorry, that was me pressing the wrong button on the mic. If you heard that at home as well, I was trying to press the mute button because I thought I was going to sneeze.
There's way too many buttons up here for me to touch anything, Kevin. So don't worry. Me and technology tend to be the things that don't mix very well. So if you see me going anywhere towards the control box over there, quickly stop me.
Here's Gardner, 2 for 31 from 7.
And I have to say, the great thing about having some spinners working together in the middle overs is I literally blinked and missed Grace's over there.
Oh yeah.
So imagine what it's like as a batting team, looking at the
Well,
scoreboard
that's the pressure,
and thinking you
isn't it?
want to add it up. So I think, yeah, great when you can get a couple of spinners in their groove, bowling together. They've almost managed to tick off 20 overs here. We've ticked off 15 into the 16th between them, and it's going to really, it does speed things up, and that the run rate you talked about becomes more and more pressurised.
Bowled again to the field, just turn it into that bat. Top ball to mid-wicket. This is where the pressure will build. Again, dot ball. The pressure's even there just to maintain that 4 and over at the moment, isn't it? Just to find those singles to keep the scoreboard ticking, the strike rotating. There's a single cutaway out to deep cover, and we saw that slightly in Boyce's wicket, didn't we? Because it wasn't, excuse me, it's such a high-risk shot, but she was thinking about the scoreboard, thinking about it ticking, and that just resulted in stepping that little too far across to try and find that single into the onside, which will have been her frustration, that she fell not to a high-risk shot, but to a relatively tame one, just looking for a single.
Yeah. I think you said it earlier, like the fielding and the circle has been fantastic so far today. There's nothing. And that does play into how you go about it. If you think you can't beat the fielders, you've got to go round or over them. So there's something changes in your game plan.
Long on's just come up, so only deep cover back, deep mid wickets, and deep square. There's an attempted sweep, quicker ball darted in by Gardner. Umps back off the pads. No run and not out. If they were being particularly tight now, they would even think about bringing up the cover, wouldn't they, if they really wanted to put the squeeze on. Oh, that goes past the edge. Beautifully bowled again by Gardner to end her 8th over, 2 for 34 from 8. Her run rate, or her economy coming down to 4.3, the innings down to 3.8, and 115 for 5 it is. You're off. Thanks, Danny, for the time.
No, it's been a pleasure. I actually almost don't want to go, but I feel like I should go and do my job, shouldn't I? Yeah. If we start watching a partnership, I'll run back up the stairs. But no, thanks for the chance to have a chat and join you. And I'm no doubt maybe back later on to sit in this seat again. So yeah, well, big part of the game, big 20 overs. I'm gonna hope that your adage of double it at 30 is not.
Oh, that's lifted slightly into the offside to Tarney Fields. Yeah, they'll do well to double it from here, but Bryce is the key now.
Never say never.
Yeah, Bryce is the key now.
We've seen enough on this ground, so yeah, let's keep the foot down.
Thanks very much, Danny. That's paddled away fine, and there you go. As soon as Danny steps away from the mic, the runs start to come. 2 taken down to short fine leg, to fine leg indeed, long leg coming around. So 117 for 5. Certainly Lightning right now would just take anything beginning with a 2 to defend in this innings. Sunrisers will be thinking an awful lot lower than that. Another wicket on the board now, especially where it's to be Bryce, and Sunrisers would really be in the box seat here, you'd fancy. Swept hard, straight to the fielder, just a single. Bryce and Kirk with a big job to do here. Kirk on to 3 from 11. Long on being sent back, Patel just down below the commentary position. Fuller one, darted up there, pushed away into the offside, no run. 119 for 5 at the end of the 31st, so 18 to go. We're into that T20 period now, but it's that wickets column though, 5 down, which is the problem. What can you score off a 20 over period? Well, if they had all the wickets in hand, then they'd be thinking about more than they currently have on the board, but part of it will be trying to see off these two. Gardner has 2 for 34 from 8. Scrivens 1 for 21 from 9. So just getting through these next 3 overs, allowing Kirk to build her way into this innings. A couple there for her, just down the leg side. Moves it to 5. That offside is now up for Gardner. Couple there for her. Extra cover back side. Point all inside the circle. Long on's up, mid wicket's up. Square is up. There's a deep backward square as well as a sweeper at finish mid wicket on the boundary. There's a single to the deep backward square. Do they drop cover back? Yes, they do. For Bryce, who's on 47. Not going to give her the 50 easily. Long on goes back as well for the Lightning captain. That's brilliant fielding by Patel. Throw to the non-strikers end, they'll get back. Saves a couple at least. Very nearly bringing another run out. Single down to long on. Gone. Finger goes up, another wicket falls. 1, 2, 3 for 6. Real trouble here for Lightning. Gardner has a third. 3, 4, 38 for Gardner now. Gone. Sweep attempted. Finger goes up, another wicket falls. 1, 2. LBW for 6. Just the 14 balls, 14 minutes. And 1, 2, 3 for 6 it is. Real trouble. Bryce has it all to do now on 48.
The incoming batter for Lightning, number 7.
So nearly through the end of these spinners. 4 wickets they've claimed between them. 3 for 38 Gardner from 9. Here's Scrivens' last over as Lucy Heyhoe comes out to bat. 1 for 21 Scrivens so far. Scrivens. He was bowled with an incredible economy here, really. 1 for 21 from 9, 2.3 her economy. Sends her wide down the leg side. First up, I talked her into that one. Take through some of the scores elsewhere in a few moments as well. At the end of this Scrivens over, she does get through them in a flash though. It's also going to go to the extras column where that's the 6th wide of the innings. Just the 2 leg byes as well, so the extras column looks good for Sunrisers, not giving too many away. Bryce on to 49 now. So crucial to the remainder of this innings. Drops a little shorter on that one. Scrivens. Shorter again, the single out to deep point. It's her first run since she hit 27 for Lightning against Diamonds at Chesley Street on the 23rd of July. She didn't bat at all in the 100 for the Northern Superchargers. Good stop by Tatani. Wait, 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 the cry. Thinking that was nearly the single for Bryce. There it is on this occasion though, and a lovely shot to bring up the 50 as well. Gets it through the covers. Sweeper coming around in the deep. 51 for Catherine Bryce. 24-year-old raises her bat to the pavilion, to the crowd here as well. 63 deliveries, 4 fours from the 65 minutes. The Edinburgh-born right-hander's been out there. ICC's Associate Women's Player of the Decade, 2011 to 2020. Despite making a T20 international debut in 2018. 26 women's T20 internationals. Top score of 73, one of 4 50s in 24 innings for Bryce. International level. Already with a century to her name in the Charlotte Edwards this year. That's a wide, darted down the leg side by Gardner to start her final over. Scrivens bowled out now, 1 for 26 from 10. Just missed that at the end of the end of her last over, with Bryce bringing up the 50, but 1 for 26 from 10. Brilliant from Scrivens. This Gardner's last over, 3 for 39 so far. It's well bowled, took the pace off slightly. Sorry, I said in the Charlotte Edwards course it was the Rachael Heyhoe Flint. She got the 109 unbeaten against Thunder at Loughborough. Let's run away fine. Patel gets fingertips to it, does brilliantly at backward point. I didn't really think she was going to get much on that. They do get back for 2, well run. Homer Bryce. Swept up into the air, but safe. Deep backward square, won't get around. First boundary in a long while for Lightning. Ease the situation slightly for them. Swept up into the air, but safe. Deep backward square, won't get around. First boundary in a long while. Run rate just starting to slide. Boundary just helps push it back up to 4 and over. once more. There's the day done with the ball for Jo Gardner. 3 for 45 from her 10 overs. She'll be delighted with that today.
3 for 45.
It's really affected this middle period of the Lightning innings, with that wickets column in particular. It's Patel who picked up Marie Kelly for 46. Sammy Beaumont was actually, this scorecard looks as though it's gone awry in front of me here. I was just about to give you the rundown of things, but it looks as though the... let's have a look, see if we can get a better scorecard up in front, because it looks as though this one's gone horribly wrong. There we go, that looks a little bit better. Kelly was caught Patel off the bowling of Gardner for 46. So his name is Tani into the attack, and a little bit of width. Outside off stump, throwing the bat at that one. Bryce picks up a couple, moves to 53. Beaumont was run out goal for 12. Bryce bowls Kopak for 1. Those are the two early wickets, Beaumont and Bryce. And Ellis was caught Rogers off the bowling of Scrivens for 0. Those couple of quick wickets. Not 3 really for Scrivens. Boyce bowls for 3. Kirk LBW for 6. And the big one, or the other big one, Kelly caught Patel off Gardner for 46. This partnership worth 14 now for the 7th wicket. Nicely bowled by Tatani. Left arm around to the right-hander, just looking to bring that angle back in towards the off stump. Not go across the right-hander, allow them to flay into the offside. Another dot ball. It's 2 off the first delivery. Just tightened up that line a little bit to Tani. It's a nice shot. Beautifully square driven for 4. Superb shot by Bryce. She moves to 57. And that's about boundaries in the last 2 overs. It's nicely driven away. That's the deep cover. Let's have a look back to see when the previous boundary was before that one.
Zero.
It's down to deep third for a single. One more to the total, 143.46. Bryce moves to 58. So I'd say Kelly Castle's joining me in the commentary box. Last time we saw each other, you had a cap on, and I thought your hair was darker. I double looked at Kelly just now. I was like, Kelly?
No, it's definitely me.
How are you, other than the injury? What is the injury?
I got hit on Thursday. I was batting, Broomy slung a ball down, and I got hit on my shoulder. Happened to be my right shoulder, so I've got a lovely, bruise coming up. So yeah, it just puts me out for today, but hopefully, fingers crossed, it will be healed for next week.
First game missed.
Yeah,
this
is sort of my first game throughout my whole career that I've had to sit on the bench from an injury. So, yeah.
Oh, it's a beautiful ball back into the attack from Maddie Villiers. Number 20 off her first two. How does that feel? Sat on the sidelines, a weird feeling?
Yeah, it's not very fun, I will say. But just trying to keep myself busy and really cheering on the team. Oh, well bowled.
Really stretching for that one. Lucy Hyam, through it goes. Skipper in from the sideline.
Yeah, I've obviously given it over to Dats on pitch, but she's doing a really good job as well. But yeah, it's quite hard off the pitch.
Oh, pace off again from Villiers on that one. She's bowling well hit. 3-dot balls to start the over. Just put a little bit of pressure on the Lightning. Swept away hard out to deep square, single taken. 44 for 6. And the spinners have done a great job for her in the middle overs.
Yeah, definitely. They've really brought it back. I think potentially at the start, Lightning seemed to be a bit on top. But the spinners, I think Jo Gardner, when she came on, did really well. I think, as you can see, Maddie, when she's come back on as well, at this stage of the game, has just really slowed the run rate down to 4. So, very good.
Single down to long on. Last time we were together, I think I'm right in saying, was a tent at Merchant Taylor School at the start of the season.
Yeah, it was, in the freezing cold, I think it was.
Yeah, been a long time since then.
Yeah.
How's the season been for you?
Yeah, it's been really good. I think this year, like now, everyone's quite excited to be back together. Obviously, we've had the results that haven't gone our way, but we've been in a really good position for most of the season, and I think for us it's just getting those small 1%ers. I think most of the games we've played, I'd say 90% of the time we're in a winning position, versus previous years where, if we're being honest with ourselves, we haven't really turned up. But this year I think it's been such a massive difference. So for us it's just really getting those 1%ers to get over the line, because I think that we've got the talent to do it. We really have.
Tani's second over, 8 off her first. Starts up nicely with that angle from around the wicket again, keeping that tight line on off. Yeah, it's been some incredible games here, hasn't there? Tony and I were just discussing the last one here, July 16th. Sophie Luff hit that century to turn the game spectacularly.
I mean, every game we've seemed to have here has been incredible. Hopefully today my heart will stay in my chest.
Little short, that's hooked away powerfully, beautifully placed as well, long leg and deep square in place, but Bryce is on to 63. 149 for 6. Lightning. Bryce really holding the key at the moment this innings. If they can pick up the Lightning skipper, and be real pressure on the back of this innings for Lightning.
Well bowled. Very well bowled.
Just a single out to deep point. Left it a while to bring herself on towards the back of the innings, Tani.
Yeah, I think I guess for her it's just seeing what the pitch is playing like. I think if you can see from the past 2 balls of pace on, and anything if you miss your length is going for a boundary, whereas she's very skilled.
Oh, she's bowled her! Around the wicket works. Back and across goes Hyam, gone for 9. There's the 7th wicket, and Datani in her second over strikes the Lightning at 150 for 7.
Oh, there you go. Brilliant. I think, yeah, she massively got her length so much better, that ball, back of a length, hitting. Is that off stump that's come out?
I think it was off, yeah.
So, yeah, I definitely for her, she's trying to find the period of play for her to come on, because she can be such an effective bowler. I think it's just finding the right time for her to bowl and then producing something like this.
7th wicket goes down. It is trouble. Said that Bryce would be the key, but equally she'll be looking nervously at that wickets column as well, to wonder at the other ends. I think when you're 7 down, you're okay, but when it's 8 down, you think 2 deliveries, this could be all over.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
that puts the pressure on to start managing the situation. At 7 down, she can still have some trust.
The new batter for Lightning, number 22, Sophie Monroe.
Sophie Monroe, new batter out for Lightning at 9. A bit of a chat there from Bryce, and I'm sure it'll just be keep your head, keep your wicket, stay with her. It's always the feeling when wickets are going at the other end, isn't it? Just someone stay with me.
Yeah, especially for her, she'll definitely be wanting to score as many runs as possible. I'm sure the pressure will be on her as well to do so. So if she can stay there for as long as possible, I reckon they can get over 200. If not, I think Sunrisers are probably on top.
Tiny bowls, and again, just that back of a length, good pace, good bounce on that one. I think fair to say quickest on display today for Sunrisers, Tatani.
Yeah, she can really get it through, and I think for her as well, sometimes, I know we've chatted about sometimes her coming around the wicket as a left-hander. I think for her to have the confidence to do that, I think she can be really effective.
Oh, nearly a run-out chance. Going to be an overthrow as the throw sent in quickly. Just bounced uncomfortably in front of Rogers. They take the single to end the over. So, Lucy High and bowled Tatani for 9. 151 for 7 it is now. Yeah, sorry, go on, you were saying about Tatani's.
Yeah, just her coming around the wicket is just, every delivery is quite threatening. She's bringing in quite a lot of dismissals, and especially in this back end, she can just bowl pace on, pace off. So I think this is such a good, a very good skill set to have for her to back herself to come around the wicket and just keep the stumps in play at all time.
Sophie Monroe, 21 years of age, has been away with the Rockets but didn't bat or indeed bowl in any of the 4 games she featured in. Pick up a single, possibly 2 here. Yeah, they'll come back comfortably for the second. It's 3 they'll be thinking of as Patel gives chase. Throw comes in. Good arm. 3 taken it is. She's on to 4, Monroe. Did score a 50 against Thunder earlier this year at Loughborough, the 9th of July. Nicely flied it again from Villiers in her 4th over, number 25. It went for 20 off the first 2 in the power play at the top. She's got long on back, deep mid-wicket, deep square and deep cover. Just a little inside tickle on that one to Kopaka, short fine leg.
I think situations like this is so key, having someone like Maddie who is so experienced. She's so young but so experienced to have when you're into nearly the death.
And bowling like that with pace off.
Bowling like that and fielding like that as well. She's a great person to have in the team.
Just gets away from Patel on this occasion. She's been brilliant at backward point today, Patel. She's saved huge amounts of runs there, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
And taken a good catch as well.
Yeah, she has. It was quite high and spinning away from her as well.
Yeah, it was the spin on that top edge. I wondered if it was going to do for her taking the catch, but it was well held. It's well bowled by Villiers to end the over. 4 gone for her, none for 26, so just 6 off her 2 overs on her return from the Hayes close end. 155 for 7 Lightning. 13 overs to go. As you said, they'll be looking to make sure it begins with a 2, whatever it is they're setting.
Yeah,
Sunrisers. 45 from 13. The current run rate still hovering at 4, but again, it's that wickets column that's the biggest problem for Lightning and for Bryce in particular, as to how she goes about her 65 off 77. I think 2 here. Out they come. It's a 67. Marie Kelly, the only other score of substance really, was the batter to fall to that catcher Patel off Gardner for 46. Tammy Beaumont, who opened up with Kelly, the only other batter to make it into double figures. It's hooked away, straight to the fielder at long leg. That'll be the frustration for Lightning. As we all know, whatever format it is you're playing, it's partnerships that win games, generally.
Oh, massively. That's all we talk about, really, is that, especially those big partnerships. I think it's really important, even like when we've spoken about it, of we're really good at getting those 20-30s, but if you can kick on, get a couple of 50 partnerships, they're winning the games.
It's punched through. Just a single though, sweeper comes around at deep cover. On 59 for 7 now. Yeah, 42 for the first wicket before Beaumont was run out by goal. Danny Warren was with me. It was a combined effort though. We think it was Jodie Grucock who
I think it was
made the block.
Jodie dived and stopped it in. Gaia picked it up and threw. Brilliant throw as well at that.
It was. It's cut to backward point. It was an outstanding throw. As Danny said, she only had one stump to aim at really, but the stop was superb as well, wasn't it? Which set up the wicket from Grucock.
Yeah, we had a great view of it. Me and Mars were sitting on the balcony and we had a brilliant view of it. It looked quite tight, but yeah, incredible fielding.
Drops slightly short on that one, Datani. They'll pick up a single. 2 mid-wicket. Just banged it in a little bit harder. Just the one though. She does have the deep mid-wicket bat though, which might have been in her mind. Mix it up a little bit with the shorter ball.
Yeah, I have a feeling she's probably looking to go a bit more into the pitch, so she can use.
And again now.
There you go. Here we go.
Gets away with it. Up in the air from Monroe, but over backward point. 3 converge. It's safe. She has 2. Moves to 7. 162 for 7 the score. End of the 39th, and exactly as you predicted.
Yeah, yeah. I think because she bowls quite a heavy length, so probably on this pitch, as we say, anything pace on and up there looks like it's going. And then again, if you're going pace on and you are going a bit too much shorter, it's quite easy because the ball comes on. So sort of somewhere in between that back of a length into the pitch, it allows you to bowl any cutters, which I know Dats can, and just keep changing it up. It's a lot easier to set a field to, so quite good bowling from her.
Villiers' 5th over, number 26 from 4. Single moves Bryce to 70. Yeah, top partnership of the innings so far. I mentioned that 42, sorry. Beaumont and Kelly at the top, but it was that 55-run partnership between Kelly and Bryce for the 3rd wicket, which is the top partnership so far in the innings. Those are the only 2 really of note. This is why Bryce remains the danger for Sunrisers at the moment. Because it is really going to be an innings about one batter now, isn't it?
Oh, massively, massively. As we say, if she stays to the end, and if someone can stay with her, they're getting over 200. But if we can just break it, and I think there'll be a lot of pressure for both batters. Sophie Monroe will constantly look to get off strike and get Bryce on. And obviously when that doesn't happen, when you're cramping someone up, as Maddie's doing right now, there's a lot of pressure because you're just constantly losing balls.
Bowled again. tight offside field as we've seen. Deep cover coming up. And Bryce is off strike. Back she goes now though for the end of the over, giving Monroe the single. There's that single just fine of mid-wicket, which means she'll have strike for the start of the 41st over. 10 to go here at Chelmsford. Sunrisers winning the toss, electing to field, and looking like very much the right decision at the moment. 164 for 7. Monroe moving to 8 with that single, keeping the strike. Bryce on 70. Tatani number 21 from 3, continuing at the river end. That was the 5th over from Villiers, whose first 2 went for 20, so number 28 from 5 now, just 8 off her 3 returning overs. Very, very good from her. Single start the over, gets Bryce back onto strike. Cloud cover, Roland, have you checked the weather apps today? I haven't looked myself.
I haven't looked. From when I had a look yesterday, it said it was meant to be sunshine all day, but I know this morning when I was driving in, it was, I don't know if you had it, but there was so much fog everywhere.
Yeah, all across the capital, wasn't it?
Yeah. So yeah, a little bit cloudy.
It's dragged away down to long leg for a single. Where was the drive in from for you?
Well, I'm quite fortunate. I only live about half an hour away. Near sunny South End is where I live. Near around there, so it's not too far for me.
Came from the other side of London. It was all across London, foggy,
really?
I can tell you.
Yeah.
All through the city. It's quite depressing actually, because you're thinking summer's gone.
Yeah, I know.
How does that feel from a cricketing perspective, though, that summer is nearly gone, isn't it, from Sunrisers' point of view?
Yeah, it's a sort of where we restart the season. Obviously, we've only got 3 games, but I guess everyone's sort of either been away at the 100 or been back training with counties or regions. Everyone's quite excited to.
Into the pads, we're going down from that angle, left arm around. They'll take the leg by.
Yeah, everyone's quite excited to get back and going, and it's quite a shame that there is only 3 games. You have this month-long break, and there's only 3 games left. But I think a lot of people are quite excited for the winter. I think a lot of people are planning on hopefully going away to either Australia or New Zealand to play cricket out there, because it is a long winter. So yeah, it's hard, but.
Any plans yourself?
I've got plan A, plan B and plan C. Of hopefully going away somewhere in Australia from January onwards, just sort of in that period where you end up being inside and for when you're just itching to get outside. So hopefully for that period to go away.
This one's hooked fine by Bryce. Moves to 72, 168 for 7. End of Tatani's 4th over, 1 for 25. Run rate is just keeping above 4 and over at the moment for Lightning, 168 for 7. So 9 overs to go. Current trajectory gets them to that 200. Again, on key wicket here, which Bryce will know. It'll be interesting to see when she makes her move, because she will make a move at some point.
Yeah.
She's there till the end. She won't be nudging the singles still.
No, exactly. It's a game of cat and mouse now, isn't it? I think Dats and Maddie have bowled really well as a partnership.
Let's cut away fine at the field. They'll get 2. It's a deep cover. Bryce on 72. It's interesting. Danny said exactly that. It was a game of cat and mouse. Or who blinks first, I think was what she said at the around the 23rd over, just before Kelly fell. 104 for 3, and that was the point where that partnership between Kelly and Bryce had just laid a foundation. It was whether they were going to kick on from that, but Kelly was out not long after, and indeed there'd been a top edge as well from Gardner to a short fine leg, which Kopak couldn't quite get around to. So it was Lightning that blinked first then. When Bryce goes for it now, it'll be interesting.
Yeah, and it's also who she's going to target as well, with whether she's either going to target someone like Maddie. I think she sweeps quite well, or if she's just going to try and go big and go over the top.
Kopac's still got 3 to bowl, 1 for 18 from 7.
Yeah, she bowled really well up top. She was very up for it today. She's a great character to have. She's a lawyer by day and then a cricketer by the weekend.
I'm sure there's a line in that somewhere, but punch for a single by Monroe, moves to 11. I was talking to Danny Warren about actually, you know, how little cricket some have played since July, and even those that have been called up by the 100 and played but perhaps didn't bat, all weren't selected. It's been a long period, a long wait, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, massively. I think, yeah, I guess the girls who went off to the 100, someone like Jo Gardner, for example, was in that Southern Brave team, and obviously ended up being on the bench and didn't play. But then again, she's getting the experience of being around such a successful team. But I'm sure someone like her today will be itching to get out there. And even the girls like myself, went back and played some county cricket, but there wasn't a lot of county cricket. There was only ever sort of one game every couple of weeks-ish. So yeah, it's quite tough. I guess in the women's game, we want more games of cricket, whether that's at this level, at county level, whatever it is. We just want to play cricket.
Cut hard, just a single to point.
It seems to be that the higher up you go, the less cricket you play.
That was what we were coming to, yeah. Danny Warren and I, it's a frustration, it's a conundrum as well, isn't it? Well, especially with jobs as well, which is what brought me to this.
Yeah,
about
definitely.
being a lawyer by day.
Well, exactly, yeah. Someone like Copy, I think it was last week, she turned up, only had half a day at work. So she's having to use her holiday to play professional cricket, which is insane, really, when you think about it. And then I guess the girls who are at uni throughout the winter as well, we've got quite a few. And some of the girls who are playing today or sitting on the bench, where do they get their games of cricket?
Goes up in the air, but safe. Over backward point, deep cover comes around. I think just a single. Very good arm coming in. The guy goal out there on the boundary.
Yeah, I think it is.
Just the one. And mixing careers with all of that is incredibly difficult.
Oh, exactly. As I say, someone like Copy, who is a lawyer in London, it's incredible how she.
Oh, that's hit hard. Just a single again to goal.
But yeah, I think hopefully, moving forward, the amount of cricket that will be played will be more. There'll be more support for girls and women who have other careers as well. So like Lissy, for example, she has just taken a job at Felsted School, not too far from here. So obviously she's having to fit in being a teacher. So it's sort of that sacrifice of people wanting to play cricket, lives come into it. As I say, she's a teacher, and there's not often a job like that, you can't really say, oh sorry, I've got to go to training, I can't really turn up today. So yeah, I'm sure moving forward there'll be more support around that. Oh, well fielded.
Yeah, it's a good stop.
Brilliant
Back
stop.
point. Dot ball to end the over. 175 for 7. 7 to go.
There will now be a short suspension of play for the lowering of the flags. Following the proclamation for King Charles III, the flags will return to full mast. At 1 o'clock, in honour of Her Majesty the Queen, the flags will be returned to half mast.
Well, as you heard there, there'll be a short break in play. We'll take a short break on commentary as well here. Kelly Carson, myself, Kevin Hand. Flags being lowered to half mast, you'll see, here at Chelmsford. Here we go. It's Villiers to get us going again at the Hayes close end. None for 32 from 6. Monroe on 13, Bryce on 76, 175 for 7. Oh, inside edge. Monroe will get a single. I think 2, and back they come. It's good running, putting the pressure on the field. It just fell into a gap, wasn't at all where she intended it. The inside edge from Monroe. She moves to 15, 177 from 7. So yeah, 7 overs to go. If they're going at 4 and over again, it does just push to 200. Oh, it gets through. Nasty bounce.
That was hit hard as well, very hard.
Yeah, across the 2 mats as well there, which would have been awkward. Protective mats laid down across the track. Deep cover being sent back now as well. As a result, 177 for 7. 178 for 7, sorry now. Four off the first 3 deliveries of the over. This partnership with 29 for the 8th wicket. Oh, that goes up in the air and will just be a single for Monroe. Moves to 17. All coming around, sweeping up on the boundary rope. Bryce back on strike on 77. There's certainly more intent about this over from Lightning. And again, and that time a better connection. This time it's Bryce. Gets it over mid-wicket. No stopping that for the sweeper coming around at all. Bryce moves into the 80s, 184 for 7.
Yeah, you can see a bit of change in momentum now, can't you, from Lightning. I think it also highlights the fact that stereotypically you get down to the lower order and you think, yeah, it's fine, we can get these wickets. But actually, the standard of cricket that's been played this year, in all the games, you are getting girls coming in at 8, 9, 10 who are and have the ability to put on 50 partnerships. And that's exactly what Monroe is doing right now. She's working with Bryce to put them in such a good platform to get over that 200 mark and put on as best of a competitive total as possible.
Here's Tatani from the river end. 185 for 7, so 6 to go. Run rate climbing slightly to 4.2. "36 deliveries." Are we thinking in their heads? Oh, it's a beautiful shot. That's a beautiful shot. 4 runs just wide of mid-on. Bryce moves to 86. That's the slight danger of coming left arm around, that it creates that angle, but
Yeah.
better that than the alternative, which is Tatani thinking about sliding it across with that shorter boundary to the offside.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't mind that at all. I think this is where, before when I said about the 1%ers, I think this is that period that, as a team, to make sure that everyone stays switched on.
It's up in the air in front of deep mid-wicket. Great tumbling stop. Joe Gardner out there rolls and holds them to a couple. That could easily have got through for 4. And without such an athletic stop as well, could have even been 3 in it.
Yeah, that's a brilliant piece of fielding. Joe Gardner is one of the best in the business as well for that.
Patel's dropped back to long on, just down below our commentary position. Tatani goes pace off. Takes on for goal. Brilliant stop by her as well. 2 more to the total, but 2 more saved. And they're the percentages that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Give yourself the chance.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. Give yourself those two pieces of fielding is exactly what we're talking about. It just makes such a big difference. And I think I'd be interested to see what Dats does after this over, or if she'll change it. As we say, Copy's got a few left.
Slow ball. Brings a single though. Claire comes around.
Yeah, I think potentially I really like her plan of into the pitch, but I think it might be getting a bit too predictable. So I think it's probably worth changing it up for the last 5 overs.
Good away again. Take 2. Good over for Lightning. 1 to come of it. 11 off it so far. I think safe to say best over of the innings so far. Boundaries have been at a premium throughout. He's the backward point, no run. Better finish from Tatani, top ball to finish up. Bryce is on 91, she'll have strike. Monroe has 19, Lightning 196 for 7 having been put in. 5 overs to go here at Chelmsford in the first innings of this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match. And a partnership now worth 46. It's the second highest partnership of the match, having gone past Beaumont and Kelly's opening stand, which was at 9.4 overs for that 42. These two came together in the 37th. So similar time frame, similar strike rate. That run rate is up to 4.5 now. I've been pushed down to 4s for the majority of the innings. Drags away for a single by Bryce. She's on to 92. Just need to find that breakthrough from somewhere, Sunrisers, to slow this down.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if they're obviously thinking just give them 1, try and reduce, or bringing up cover.
And a dot ball to cover. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? They've just brought up. I remember early in the innings when Danny was on, questioning whether cover could come up just to try and put that pressure on and say, right, force through the offside. And with Monroe on strike, that's what they're thinking of doing now.
Yeah, again, it's that cat and mouse of Monroe being 19 off 25.
Works out for a single, just in front of the short fine leg. Ooh. Tumbling stop.
Jo Gardner taking a proper tumble down there.
I lost that through the stanchion of the window. I saw her get it and thought it was fine, and then missed the tumble.
I think she just lost her footing a bit.
198 for 7. Wide ball signalled. Pushed it a little bit too far outside off. What were the thoughts early this morning on par score? And has it changed much?
Yeah, I think...
That's cut away. Sweeper's back though, so just a single with Bryce on strike. She moves to 93.
I think obviously here they always produce really good pitches. I think it was a bit... I think it was the right decision to bowl first because it was quite dewy out, definitely in the outfield. Par score, I think... I don't know if we had a par score. I think if you keep them under 250, I think you're fine. I think they've obviously got quite a really good bowling tack with someone like Kirsty Gordon in, which she can hold up one end. Obviously, from a Sunrisers point of view, they would have ideally wanted anything under 200.
Hit uppishly towards mid-off. They do get through for the single though. 201 for 7. That previous single actually brought up the 50 partnership. My apologies, I did that pretty quickly. 201 for 7 at the end of the 46th.
But yeah, I think anything going at, or were they 4 and over? Anything, if going at 5, 6s and overs, I think Sunrisers are absolutely fine chasing it. It's just now, as we say, just not letting them get too far As you say, Bryce is seeing the ball very well. Every ball seems to come out of the middle of her bat at the minute. And with a partner as well, Monroe. Just need that small breakthrough, I think. And I think that's going to put the pressure on them to see out the overs and just put a lot of pressure on them, really.
She's done incredibly well, Bryce, at 110 for 5, 123 for 6. Lightning would have been worried about setting a 200 target. Here's a return for Patel. Change of ends for Patel as well. Bowled her top 5 from the Hayes close end. Number 24 from 5 for her. Top ball start up.
I think someone like Bryce as well, she seems to have got to 93 really quickly. She hasn't had to play any expansive anything. She's not had to take many risks. It's sort of, she just managed to keep ticking over quite well.
Yeah, that's what I was going to come to about the boundaries. Kelly got 3 4s and a 6 in her 46, just the 2 boundaries for Bowman in her 12. Bryce has 8 4s to her name, and then other than that, there's just the 1 4 for Hyam. He was the last to go, making 9. It's hit hard over Datani at extra cover for 4. It's a good shot from Monroe. She moves to 25 from 31, 205 for 7. It's just talking about boundaries. Here comes one.
Here they come, yeah. Yeah, I think it's important that as bowlers in this period just try and keep the stumps in play as much as possible. It's easier to set a field to. I think she went a little bit too short, potentially a little bit too wide. And these batters are incredibly good. They're very good. Oh, well bowled. They've got very quick hands. Someone like Sophie Monroe has very quick hands to get through the ball, and that's how she gets her power.
Oh, that'll be a no ball, I think. Yeah, signal by umpire Bainton. He did look to his colleague for a confirmation. He didn't get it from square on, but I think even from up here,
yeah,
it's pretty clear. Not a, yeah, I was about to say, is that not a free hit? He has signalled it now, umpire Bainton. I thought he'd forgotten for a moment. Slow ball. Oh, it's crunched away. Over extra cover for 4 more. 210 for 7. Let's change up the pace, Patel. But good response from Monroe. Judged it well. Managed to clear Datani.
I wonder if it'd be quite a risk, but bringing on someone like Grace Scrivens to finish off. She's bowled incredibly well.
She's bowled out, I think, is she?
Oh, is she? Oh,
this one's cut away.
That's
just
fine.
a couple. Well fielded out on the boundary. Yeah, sorry, I was about to go through those because you haven't got a scorecard in front of you. 212 for 7. Yeah, I was about to go through it, wasn't I? That Kopak had 3 left. Villiers has got 2 left. Patel's got 4 left. Obviously, it doesn't matter now with only 3 left in the innings. Scrivens is bowled out, 1 for 26. Gardner bowled out, 4 for 40, 3 for 45. And Datani 1 for 39 from 6. So,
yeah,
Kopak's potentially the one to bowl the last over from the river end, you'd have thought. Patel coming back on for that one. It will be Villiers, Maddie Villiers, to bowl her 9th from the Hayes close end. That goes up and over. It'll be 4 more, mid-off giving chase, but it'll go. Bryce moves to 97. Brilliant from her. I think anything she sees now is going to go. She's at that stage of the innings now.
Is. Yeah, she has batted brilliantly, to be honest. And I think she's kicked on at the right time for her.
Around the wicket comes Villiers in response. It's chipped nicely. Chase on here for goal at deep mid-wicket. She'll hold him to 2. Well fielded. She's on to 99, Bryce. Already 1 century this summer. Rachael Heyhoe Flint. And there's the second of the summer. Single turned out to deep mid-wicket, 100 from 104 deliveries. Raises her bat to the pavilion, and 9 fours, 114 minutes, a strike rate of 96. Brilliant century from Bryce, which has really held this Lightning innings together from their skipper.
Yeah, definitely. She's definitely looking to lead from the front, and really she sort of, someone had to stick their hand up, and she's done that. And I think Monroe as well has batted really well with her to keep them in the game, really.
I'll look for 2 again. Settle on a single. Didn't want to take on that arm, and rightly so. Yeah, 109 unbeaten against Thunder at Loughborough in July. Be a single more for Bryce, moves to 101. That was chasing 239 to win. Lightning winning by 5 wickets in that one. Formidable foe. Bryce proving here. Monroe picks up a single. Associates Cricketer of the Decade for 2010 to 2020. Catherine Bryce.
Oh, wow.
Even though she only made her international debut in 2018, so not a bad achievement at all.
Yeah, wow.
A host of one-day caps to her name for the 24-year-old, turns 25 in November. 26 women's T20 internationals, 450s in them. Monroe's got 33, Bryce has got 101. It's going to be, they've gone back to Patel for the final over from the river end. 222 for 7. Monroe on strike. Backs away, and he gets it to Zatani. Thoughts of a single, not taken.
Well fielded, very well fielded.
It's a big start to the over, isn't it? Give a top ball on the board. It's well bowled, 2 dot balls.
Yeah, this is brilliant, really good. I think you can see the plan of just full and straight, hit the stumps and make the batter try and do something. As we've seen previously of how well she can hit over extra cover. So I think this is a really good plan.
That's hit up in the air, not timed, just a single. Cloud comes around at mid-off, 223 for 7. Long on Scrivens down below us. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square and deep cover. Oh, gets away with that one. I wondered whether it was going to be a wide. We're not at the best angle to judge, but just felt like Bryce was stretching slightly for it. Drags away for a single. Now it's deep mid-wicket. 102 for Bryce. 224 for 7. One to come of the over. This is pretty much a free hit now for Monroe, isn't it? She's on 34 from 40. Imagine Patel will target the block hole again.
Yeah. Yeah, Monroe will be looking to still go through that strong, through extra cover.
Backs away. Up in the air. Yeah. Gone at mid-off. 224 for 8. McLeod takes the catch. Patel has the wicket. Her first. 1 for 37 for Patel at the end of her 7th and the end of her day. 224 for 7. Monroe, that's a brilliant little cameo. Well, it's more than a cameo. 34 from 41 deliveries. She's really helped top this total up for Lightning at the end and been that support that Bryce was looking for. And had that freedom to swing the bat at that point. Really good innings from Monroe makes her way off for 34. But it'll be all eyes on Bryce now for the final over. 102 to her name. She has strike as well.
That was a really good over from Sonali as well. Of just holding your nerve and backing your skills. I think, yeah, it's the second from last over. The penultimate over is always the most important one in pretty much all the cricket you play.
Was it just 2 runs off it? It was, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah. So yeah, really, really well bowled from her.
Kirsty Gordon out to bat at number 10.
Kirsty Gordon wearing number 24.
The Scotland international. Shared the commentary box with her at Trent Bridge earlier this year.
Oh, really?
It was a good couple of days. Oh, it's up in the air. It's just going to land safe. It'll just be a single as well. They'll think 2. They are going to come back. Koppak gets the arm in. They are back. Well judged by Bryce, which means she keeps the strike. Thought they were only going to get 1 for that one. It was just further behind Patel at backward point than I realised. I thought it was Patel that was going to hold them to the single. That goes up in the air as well. Mid-off's underneath it. Mid-off holds on. Brilliant catch. And that's the end of Bryce. Magnificent innings. Villiers has a wicket, but Bryce 104, 226 for 9. And a pat on the back from her straight away from Maddie Villiers for Bryce. It was an outstanding century, which has given Lightning a chance here at Chelmsford. She's accounted for nearly half of the Lightning score with 104 from 109 in the end. But Grewcock holds on at mid-off. Villiers has the wicket. And Bryce's innings comes to an end, 226 for 9.
Yeah, she's done her job there, hasn't she? She's done exactly what her team needed her to do. And it was a really good century as well. As I say, she just sort of managed to get there without anyone really knowing. So yeah, really well batted.
Yep, it's been superb. The last match here, Sophie Luff,
yep,
with a century
Sophie
as well.
Luff, yeah. As I say, all these games that turn up at Chelmsford, at the county ground, they're always something will happen. Always.
Yeah, it is a high-scoring ground, Chelmsford.
Yeah, as I say, the grounds that get produced, the pitches that get produced here are normally very, very good.
So it will be Ballinger to have strike, left-hander. Just pushes the single. I'm thinking 2, but I think she wanted to give Gordon the strike. Who's yet to face Gordon? Number 10. I was just checking myself that Luff was the skipper as well. She was for Western Storm,
yeah.
wasn't she?
Yeah, she was.
Get visiting skippers out early, that's the key.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing, isn't it? Maybe we need to review that before every game that we play here.
This one's dragged out to mid-wicket. I think 2 again, Gordon, but just the single on this occasion, 228 for 9. Yeah, that day, Sunrise hit 254 for 6, 227 for 9 it is here. I think 2, single down to long on it is though. And the last ball of the innings coming up, which Gordon will face. Oh, do you want to get off? Do you want to be there at the end when they're coming off? Sorry, I always think this at the end.
Have a wander down.
I probably should have thought this before the last ball. It's hit back. Oh, nearly a catch. Single to finish. 230 for 9. I won't ask you for your closing thoughts because I'm sure you want to get back for the team. Sorry,
okay.
Kelly. I should have done that earlier. Kelly Castle, thank you very much. Lovely to see you. Good luck with that injury as well. That is the end of the innings. I'll wrap it up so that Kelly can get back. Apologies. I should have thought of that a little earlier. 230 for 9 Lightning. Gordon's on 2, Ballinger on 2, but a century from Bryce, the brilliant part of that innings for Lightning, which has held it together for them after a decent start. They found themselves in trouble on 1, 2, 3 for 6, but recovering to 2:34.9. Join us back in a little while for the chase here at Chelmsford. Sunrisers putting the visitors in. They'll be relatively happy with that if it was offered to them this morning, but a good comeback from the visitors at the end. 2:31 will be the victory target. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Chelmsford, where the chase about to get underway. 2:31 is the target for Sunrisers to win this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. 2:30, pretty decent recovery from Lightning, having been 123 for 6, 150 for 7. They were in trouble at various few spots throughout that innings, but managed to fight back. Century from the skipper, who's just led her team out onto the field. Bryce. It'll be Scrivens and Grucock to open. Just saw Naomi Tatani warming up with a few throwdowns down in front of the pavilion. She'll slip down to 3, and it's the young pairing at the top given their chance. Grucock waiting a while. Scrivens obviously a big name in this side now, ever present, as Tony Warren was telling us earlier. Here's Ballinger to get things underway with the ball. Nice ball to start up as well. Just manages to nip that one away from the left hand up. See what movement there is out there on that greenish looking track this afternoon. It wasn't so much this morning for the Sunrisers, not perhaps as much as they were hoping, expecting. Oh, goes after that one. Through it goes. Slip in place, deep third, gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square. 6-3 field in play. Those two fielders back in the power play. Deep third and deep square. Low full toss, but gets away with it. Watchfully done by Scrivens, just pushing into the onside. Pretty much on the spot, every ball so far, Ballinger. A bit of a breeze picking up, might just be able to hear on the effects mic. Bit of cloud cover over the back of the Hayes Close end, where it looks as though it's been coming in from. Usually comes in from over the back of the pavilion here at Chelmsford. Pace off last ball, right up there again. Maiden over in the offering here for Ballinger. I thought that was over. I think for a moment she checked herself to see if that was 6, but 5 it was. Ballinger's ready to go again. Oh, it's a beautiful way to finish the over. Imploring umpire Bainton to put the finger up. Well bowled, not out. Maiden over to begin with though. 2:31 needed off 49 by Sunrisers. So quick look back on the Sunrisers decision to put Lightning in. 2:30 for 9 they posted. .42 put on for the opening stand. Between Marie Kelly and Tammy Beaumont. Beaumont was run out by goal for 12 after a good piece of work by Grucock, who's on strike now. Sophie Munro with the ball in hand from the Hayes Close end. Wide ball signalled around the wicket from Munro. Just pushes it through outside the off. So yes, Beaumont out for 12. Sarah Bryce bowls Kopak for 1. Bethan Ellis came in at 5 with the fall of Marie Kelly for 46. 55-run partnership. For the 3rd wicket. Looks as though that was going to be the biggest for the match when the wicket started to tumble thereafter, from 104 for 2 to 123 for 6, 150 for 7, but then 74 put on for the 8th wicket between Monroe and Bryce. No ball called. Wide and no ball to get Sunrisers up and running in this innings. Wait and see. The free hit gets signalled for that one, for overstepping. Yeah, there we go. Signal now for the free hit. Chat between Scrivens and Grucock. You'd imagine back away and access that short boundary on the offside. That's what she does. Caught at backward point off the no ball, off the free hit. Gets away with it. So yeah, 1, 2, 3 for 6 looked real trouble in the 32nd over. So off the following 18 overs, they managed 107 more runs, which is a good return. Thanks, Ledge. Appreciate it so much. No, don't be silly. No need to apologise at all. Thank you. Much appreciated. There'll be a couple. Deep third comes around. So, first runs off the bats, and Grucock is off the mark. 4 without loss. Nicely turned away. Single more to the total. So yeah, 230 for 9. Sophie Monroe finishing with 34 from 41, but Catherine Bryce, 2nd century of the summer, 104 from 109 deliveries, 122 very crucial minutes. First ball for Scrivens facing Monroe. Dot ball it is. Oh, that gets through. Nicely bowled to end the over. Just the 3 off it. What am I saying? Just the 5 off it. Sorry, 3 off the bat. And the wide and the no ball as well. 5 without loss to Sunrisers. Those bowling figures. Kate Kopak finishing with 1 for 18 off 7. Maddie Villiers 1 for 63 off 10. Sonali Patel 1 for 37 off 7. Grace Scrivens 1 for 26 off 10. Jo Gardner 3 for 45 from her 10. And Naomi Tsani 1 for 39 from her 6. So only 4 batters making it to double figures. Only 3 past 13. Tammy Beaumont with 12 to her name. 34 Monroe, 46 Kelly, and 104 Catherine Bryce. Innings mainly based around 1 batter, but you do fancy it'll be partnerships for Sunrisers if they're to do this. Nicely bowled again. Ballinger's right on the spot here, Grace Ballinger. 20 years of age. A couple of games for London Spirit. And for 6 against Fire. Didn't bowl against Invincibles. 1 not out with the bat. So of Warwickshire Women. Edged. Oh, just out of reach for slip. Grewcock will get a single, sorry. Out of reach of fully outstretched slip, trying to get across to that one. Georgie Boyce in there. Second slip comes in. Well bowled, well played. Oh, overthrow. Scrivens will take that to get off the mark. 10th ball. Wasn't exactly a prolific start by Lightning in their innings, so Sunrise shouldn't be too perturbed by the power play. .42 for 1 they were. Scored 3 off the first over the power play, 10 off the second, 10 off the fourth, 6 off the sixth, but other than that, it wasn't particularly prolific, 7 off the seventh. Well bowled again, well left by Grewcock. So 7 without loss after 3. Scrivens will have strike. Give you a few of the scores from elsewhere as well. Start with the test match at the Oval. Goes up in the air, just out of reach. Scrivens looking to clear that offside and did so in the end. There's the cheer from the home dressing room, way to our right-hand side. First boundary. Scrivens with it. Through again past the edge of the bat. 58 was put on for the opening wicket between Irwi and Elgar. South Africa 90 for 2, leading by 50 runs. Stokes and Broad with 2 to go. Peterson and Rickleton together. Could still be some fun to be had in the test at the Oval. A day to go. Slight ponderance as to why that's not a wide down the leg side by Scrivens. Umpire obviously felt there was a little bit of the trousers or the pad involved. Or did Scrivens step across? That's good again from Monroe. Really tucking up from around the wicket here. Which is the aim. That shorter boundary again, away to the offside, not wanting to angle it across. Allowing that bat to flash and flay it away. Nicely stroked, just a tight single in the end. Throw coming in. Had that have struck. I think Grewcock was well gone. Only the one stump to aim at, but Kirk with the throw. Sure, they'll have earmarked backward point now. Could harm. Wide ball again. Third extra of the innings so far in the fourth over. Lightning will want to tighten that up. Back to back. Still one to come with the fourth. And Scrivens felt that Monroe got away with one down the leg side earlier in the over. And dot ball to finish. 4 gone, 14 without loss. Grewcock 4, Scrivens 6. Number 12 for 2 now for Monroe. Number 2 of 2 from Ballinger with a maiden. She'll continue at the river end. Those scores elsewhere then. South East Stars posted 254 for 9 against Central Sparks. Beckenham 57 for Chloe Brewer, 50 for Davidson Richards, 37 Franklin, the quickfire 37 from McDonald Gay down the order as well. Good start again from Ballinger, really good length, very straight line but a little bit of shape on it, and Scrivens not able to commit to closing that face and whipping to the onside. .344 for Liz Russell. Potts and Davis both taking 2. 254 for 9. Beckenham's a quick scoring ground as well, isn't it? Usually has big scores there, so we shall see for the Sparks. Nice looking shot, lovely looking drive. That gets through for 4. Beautiful from Scrivens. Moves to 10, 18 without loss. A little bit of width to go with it. Ball only ever shaping in one direction away from the left hand. 10, 18 without loss. Through the drive. Standing up now, so a little fuller, a little straighter. A single more, the run starts to just tick slightly for the Sunrisers. Nicely bowled again. 4 from 13. Shouldn't feel the pressure too much because, again, it wasn't a prolific power play from Lightning. But end of the 5th, halfway through power play 1, the only power play. It does say power play 1 on the big screen away to on my right, which keeps on throwing me to say it. But 19 without loss. Get through to the end of the power play, none down. They'll have hoped they'll have at least doubled this, which will match the Lightning's haul in their first 10. So 19 without loss. Here's Munro. Ooh, wide again outside off. Not quite in line. That one seemed a little harsh, but she's around the wicket, I guess. That margin for error is not great outside off. Single nudged away down to long leg, and they'll look for 2, but they'll come comfortably. No scores elsewhere. Thunder managed only 203, bowled out in the 49th at Southampton against the Vipers. 63 at the top from Lamb. Oh, it's chipped up Ishley. Fine on mid-wicket. They will get through for a single. They get through for more as it's past the infield. Mid-on comes around. No ball called as well. Another free hit. It'll be frustrating. Lightning now, because an otherwise tight start. It's just getting knocked a little by these extras. Here's the free hit for Scrivens. On 15, it was Grucock that had the previous free hit. Now this is interesting. For the free hit, Monroe's going to come right arm over. Will she bang it in short? What she doesn't want to do is give width outside off. Short boundary away to the offside. Grucock backed away with her around the wicket earlier in the play, and she does go short, and it's predicted by Scrivens, who ramps her to fine leg, and a real chase on here for Kelly, which she does win. Around the wicket earlier in. So I've got a couple. Play, well, and she does go short, and it's predicted by Scrivens, who ramps her to fine leg, and a real chase on here for Kelly, which she does win. Around the wicket earlier in. Welcome dot ball, first dot ball of the over. Still 3 to come off it, a wide 2. No ball, which also went for 2 runs, so counted as 3. Well bowled, really well bowled from Monroe. Pressure on in this over. Comes back with 2 dot balls. 2 balls still to go of it. So yeah, Thunder were all out for 203. Emma Lamb with 63 at the top, 79 from Ellie Threlkeld, the captain and wicketkeeper. Nobody else made it into the 20s. Quick single. Kirk's got a good arm, and that good arm might go for 4, and it does. Well, they took the risk. Kirk was right to go for the run out, I think. Keeper couldn't get up in time to back up the stumps. Long leg was pretty fine, so couldn't get around square. There's a mid-wicket in play, 6-3 field, so there was no backing up. goes away for 4. 32 without loss. Harsh on Monroe, that, who'd come back well in this over, but all of a sudden this over's gone for 13 with 1 ball left of it. Could well go for 17, and it does. Kelly won't get around to that. Marie Kelly coming around from long leg. Looking to go with that straight line again, worried about the offside. Keeping over the wicket like that. We saw a lot of around the wicket from that end for exactly that reason. Gives you a little bit more variation in your line, trying to tuck them up from around the wicket. Your right arm over the short boundary in the offside, you know you're going to keep it very straight. An expensive over, 17 off it, 36 without loss after 6. All of a sudden the power play starting to look pretty good for Sunrisers. There was 3 for 42 for Tara Norris for Vipers in that Thunder 203. Adams 2 for 33. Georgia Adams and Schofields, Paige Schofield 2 for 30 from 9. In reply, the Vipers are 16 without loss in the 6th. McCorn and Dean opening up. And McCorn and Charlie Dean for the Vipers. Down at the Aegeus, other match in play. Northern Diamonds have smashed 334 for 6 against Western Storm. Armitage with an unbeaten 131 coming in at 3. Winfield Hill opening up with 74. 70 for Heath as well off 46 deliveries. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. That was almost through it. That just shaped away from it. The forward defence. Gruesome bowling figures for Western Storm, other than Chloe Skelton, who came back with 2 for 39 from her 10. Nobody else went below 6s. This is played away into the offside. Quick singles taken. They're back. 38 for no wicket. Has that gone up already? No, there it is. 38 for no wicket. They are through. Mark Carr sitting down alongside me. I'm partially delighted to say, but that also means that that left thumb is still in strapping for Amara.
Hi Kevin, good afternoon everyone.
Sorry, let me remember to press the on button. How are you, Amara?
Yeah, I'm very well.
Other than the thumb.
Yeah,
Tell us about the thumb. I always feel like I'm sat next to you asking about an injury first up. It's a wicket keeper's bane,
it's
isn't
not
it?
been my year, unfortunately, in terms of luck and injuries. Yeah, part of the job, unfortunately.
Was it thumb last year when we were sat together at Wantage Road? I seem to remember it was.
No, it was finger.
Finger on that occasion.
Yeah.
It's the wicket-keeper's life, isn't it?
It is.
You're going to tell me that neither injury were associated with wicket-keeper now, aren't you?
The last couple have been in the field, unfortunately. But yeah, I think it's just been bad luck and one of those things you can't do too much about. When it happens, and just kind of focus on getting back out on the pitch.
Single down to deep backward square. Scribbins on to 24, 39 without loss. What's the time frame on that?
So we're looking, well, I think they said the usual 6 to 8 weeks. So I'm about three weeks down the line now, so not sure if I'll catch any of the end of the season or not. We're kind of just seeing how it goes, which is obviously disappointing.
Last time we saw each other, you were in the dugout at the Oval ahead of the match here, July 16th.
Yes, I believe so.
Sitting out the London Cup, weren't you, ahead of this one? Because this was Saturday morning start. I think it was a Thursday night or a Friday night at the Oval. That
for the
London Cup one.
London Cup one, yeah.
Coming on to bowl.
How have you been since then?
Number 7,
Yeah, well,
Lucy
thanks.
Hyman.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of been a tale of two halves. Kind of had injuries, and when I've been out on the pitch, it's been going well, and had a few good innings. in the T20 comp, which obviously I was really pleased with, and felt really good going into the 100, joining London Spirit. And then yeah, just unfortunately in the first game down at the Ageus against the Brave, took a knock on the thumb that ruled me out for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I remember watching on. Pretty cruel. Cricket, isn't it? Sports in general. Here's Heyhoe into the attack. Good cameo with the bat. Only 9 for her. But it's just part of a decent little partnership with Bryce towards the end. Topped up well, Lightning, didn't they? 230. Having been 123 for 6. Sunrisers would have harboured greedy hopes of having them all out for maybe 180. But they've made a game of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually thought Captain Bryce batted really well. Kind of paced her innings and kind of read the game very well to kind of see them through to that total from what was a tricky position for them at one stage.
It's one of the things to always remember in sport, isn't it? The opposition are allowed to play well, and that's what she did when her side were in a really sticky position. That's why you mustn't get too greedy at 123 for 6. 180 all out would have been nice, but 230 probably for Chelmsford here. You'd say maybe 250. That game, July 16th that we were talking about, was a 250s game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think probably coming in and seeing the conditions early on, we weren't really sure how the pitch was going to play, but actually there doesn't look like there's too many demons in it. I think, you know, we'd back ourselves to chase 230 on any given day, and these two have started well here.
Injury's been cruel though. Yourself, of course.
Yeah, we are unfortunately missing a few players today. The Cordelia and Kelly out as well, so the batting lineup is looking a little bit different today. But opportunities for some of our academy girls and younger members in the squad.
I was going to say that gives Jodie Grucock this chance, doesn't it? Which, again, that's what sport's about, isn't it? That chances do come around. She's had to wait all season for this chance. And of course, Sunrisers, without any disrespect to Grucock, would have preferred it. There's Griffith. We're not injured. Bounces away. I thought of the run on the misfields. End of the 8th. 2 overs to go at the power play, 40 without loss, so Sunrisers already up with what Lightning posted off their 10 overs. 40 on the board with 1 down. Went on to hit the 230. But partnerships, we were talking about it with Danny Warren earlier, and Kelly Castle, that partnerships will be key to winning any cricket match, and certainly this one here now today, although it was brilliant by an individual, you don't want to leave it to an individual in a chase.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's always the thing we speak about, partnerships in a chase. It's going to get you over the line, and obviously you hope that one person will kind of step up and have that innings, but it's kind of those little partnerships that add it up.
It's been a really good start this from Ballinger. Number 10 from 4. She's been exceptional from the river end. Heyhoe's opening over there, only going for 1 run. 40 without loss. Was that difficult over that went for 17. Just an over or so back. 2 overs back at the Hayes close end. Crunched away, but only as far as cover. No run. Yeah, that was the last over for Sophie Monroe, number 29 off 3, so she'd gone anyway for 17 off her first 2. No, I've got that the wrong way around, haven't I? 17 was her last, and then she went for 12 of her first 2.
Yeah. I think that may have been when I was walking around.
Oh, did you miss the over?
Yeah.
It was, yeah, she was done by, well, she was done by an overthrow from Kirk, I think it was, if memory serves, from point. Had every right, had already shied at the stumps once, warning Scrivens and Grucock earlier in the partnership, and then had every right to go for another shy of a quick single they were taking. The keeper couldn't get there in time, and there was only a... That's beautifully bowled again. It was a only a 6-3 field in place, so with the throw from point there was only 3 on the onside, of which long leg and mid wicket weren't going to get around to block it off. So yeah, 1 delivery counted for 5, but there were also a few extras in there and a no ball as well. The free hit costly.
Oh, I think I may have caught that actually. Scriv ramped it, didn't she?
Yep.
So I think we all missed it was a free hit, and everyone.
Ah. Everyone was wondering
sure.
what she was doing.
Yeah.
That's edged. Oh, just out of reach. Scrivens will pick up a single. And Georgie Boyce still in there at slip, diving away to her left. Are they going to go back to a second slip? They did this earlier when one went.
Looks like someone is just moving in there now.
Did this earlier.
Looks like Tammy going into second slip, yeah.
She's getting some really good shape, isn't she?
She is. It's been a brilliant over from Ballinger. A brilliant spell, in fact.
None for 11 off 5. A couple of edges which have just flown out of reach of slip. Twice resulted in a second slip coming in, but the horse had bolted. 41 without loss it is at the end of the 9th. So 6 deliveries left to the power play. And Scrivens 26, Screwcock 9. It's going to be time to continue from the Hayes close end. But yeah, we're throwing back to that last fixture here for Sunrisers before the 100. Amazing opening stand by Tatani and Griffith, if memory serves, in that one. Ball's just short of a length, turn to square of the wicket, there's no run. Draw it up in front of me now. But yeah, an amazing game of cricket with not the end Sunrisers wanted, as Sophie Luff brought up her century with the winning runs. But having been on the wrong end of the chase on that occasion, I'm sure Sunrisers will be thinking back today to that match and not being fearful of what they're chasing today. 20 runs shy of what Luff was able to knock off that day. Oh, that's massive. Big shot down the grounds.
Hold of that one.
To the Hayes close end, over the sight screen it goes, 6 runs. Scrivens moves to 32, 47 without loss. Amazing power again from the 18-year-olds.
Yeah, really good intent shown from Scrivens at this stage of the game. Used her feet really well.
Search for the ball. The Hayes close end, which yeah, I think it just cleared the sight screen and bounced back down into the rows of seats to the right of the sight screen as we look from the river end. I've managed to find it now. 47 without loss, 3 balls left of the power play.
I feel like I'm not sure if I can take some credit for that one. Grace is actually using my bat today.
Ah, nice. Well, the last time that I saw you actually was not in person, it was watching you play. It was at Wantage Road. You and Joe Gardner had that great partnership. This ball's pace off and the single's taken. They've got to be careful of Kirk at Backle Point. She has got a brilliant arm. 3 times we've seen it now, and even from on the ground there, got that throw in so early. Really strong, and very flat throw as well. Yeah, it was another of those incredible matches, but just on the wrong side for Sunrisers that day at Wantage Road.
Yeah, it's been a few of those this season, I think, where, you know, we've got ourselves in great positions and fought really hard and just not managed to get ourselves over the line, unfortunately.
That's what Kelly Castle was saying just before the interval. It was small percentages this year, whereas last year, she said, Sunrisers just weren't good enough at times. This year they have been, but just have let the small percentages get away. The worry will be, it was that back end of the innings, 150 for 7 to 230. Was that the percentage in this match? But that's obviously what the Sunrisers will try and put right with the bat.
Yeah, very much so. I think, you know, these two going well here, 49 for 9 off the power play. You know, we take that at the start of the game and look to build from here. And I think, you know, Scrivens going well, 33 not out, and And Jodie, like we said, speaking about those partnerships, she's doing just that.
Ballinger's 6th over. Oh, Bude again, just outside the off to start up the 11th. So power play done, 49 without loss there, 8 ahead with the wicket in hand. Sunrisers where Lightning had reached. Lightning's innings really was about won that century, of course, of Bryce, but that 8th wicket partnership. Sunrise get that partnership in early, and they'll really feel like this is a gettable target at Chelmsford today. Bowled once again into the block hole on this occasion. She's stuck to a nagging line of length so far. Occasionally he's just gone that little bit straighter and fuller to see if she can find reward.
Oh.
Good pace on that.
Just
Good take
asking
as well.
questions, isn't she, Ballinger?
Yeah. She just wants to see off at the moment, except that these overs are going to be cheap. Don't let her do it at a good economy, but with wickets as well. Still 2 slips in place. Four dot balls to start the 11th, but again, I don't think Sunrisers at this stage should be worried about that at all. Crew Cock has waited all season for this chance. 10 from 27. Time's on her side here. To open up, slightly short of that, whether she'd picked it up early or whether she got carried away. Might have just been early on it, seeing it was slightly shorter, and if it's short it'll go.
Yeah, just looked to be through the shot a little bit early, didn't she?
It's just lit up maybe.
It's worked nicely off her legs.
50 up for Sunrisers. 50 partnership for the opening stand between Grewcock and Scrivens. 43 minutes, 50 runs. I think Sunrisers would have taken this all day if it was offered at the start of this innings. Solid foundation.
Absolutely. You know, you talk as a bowling unit, you know, that's one of your things you're striving towards, is taking those wickets early in the power play, and it kind of just sets the tone in the field. So in reverse with the bat, you know, if you can get through the power play, none down, you'd like to think you're in a good place for the rest of the innings and the chase.
Just looking back on that match that we were talking about against Western Storm here as a comparison, 254 for 6 Sunrisers. Sophie Luff's century seeing Storm home with a 3-wicket victory. Seems to be onto anything short very quickly, Grewcock. Saw that in the last over, didn't we? And again here from home, as we saw an over or so back. Picks up that length early, happy to rock back.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, she's not necessarily striking at the quickest rate at the moment, but when she has made contact, you know, she's got good footwork and making good contact with the ball. So hopefully, as she gains a bit more confidence and time out in the middle, she'll be able to get going a bit.
It's a nice length from home on that one. Scrivens just having to wait on it. Oh, that gets through. Deep cover with a long chase. They've taken 2, that'll do. Kirk at back will point. He looks to be a real gun fielder in there for Lightning. Disappointed with herself that one got through. We saw a bit of that though today. This surface here at Chelmsford, although it looks lush and green, which it is, it's still very much got the scars of the parched outfield that we saw in July here. See, it's pretty patchy in areas when you look up close at the outfield. Imagine around the square it's pretty similar. especially this time of year when there's been a lot of usage of that square. Slip coming out. So I'll have a point and a backward point now, just to try and negate that cut shot of Scrivens. Deep square going back as well, just suggesting the length will come back slightly here from Heyhoe. She bowls it beautifully. Lovely flight. Trap well set, long on, deep mid wicket and deep square back. For that kind of pace, that kind of length. Which leaves Scrivens really only if she's to get power into it to go through the onside. Flight again, too much. Scrivens gets to it. Get a couple here just in front of the deep mid wicket. She moves to 37 from 44. It's a really good start this from Grace Scrivens. End of the 12th, 55? 55 without loss after 12. Just it takes the pressure off as well, Jodie Grucock here, doesn't it? 12 from 30. There's no need for her to worry about a strike rate of 40 at this stage. Partnership's the key. Ballinger takes off the cap as well. They're seeing off a really key bowler.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess that's another way to look at it. You know, Ballinger coming into her 7th over now. Actually, you're then looking that all of a sudden she's only got 3 at the back end of that innings, where if things were to get a little bit tighter, you know, she's bowled a brilliant spell here. For her to not walk away without a wicket, I mean.
It's nicely done by Grucock. Slide out and the Ballinger gets through. 4 runs. Disappointment for Ballinger. First boundary I think she's conceded. And for 16 in her 7th now. Grucock moves to 16.
Yeah, really nicely picked up there from Jodie. Kind of what we were saying about she's picked up on length really well throughout her innings.
Good comeback from Ballinger. Really good comeback right onto that line and length, which has been so nagging and impossible to get away. Brought those 2 edges, which is why there's 2 slips in place at the moment. Both edges have flown through the vacant second. I mean, there's only been 1 in play. That's nicely put away as well. Beautiful shot. Is it going to go? No, the slide is there. Good fielding from Kirk, who's got back to that one. 3 converged. Again, we talked about the lush outfield. It just lost its pace at the last, that one, because it was really sweetly struck. Just gave herself that little bit of room. Again, seeing it early. She's on to 18, Grucock. Tickles a single out to deep square nicely, just turned around the corner. Moves to 19, 62 without loss. Now, the other thing about her strike rate at the moment, the pressure's just starting to swing to lightning here, isn't it? Which they'll feel they need a wicket. It's that opening stand of 148 between Griffith and Scrivens earlier in the summer here that we were talking about. Scrivens hit 69 on that occasion, Griffith 74, 33 from Villiers, 29 from Gardner, which included that 6 that Danny Warren was talking about earlier, which I think was the 6 into the Hayes close end. She said it was in a T20, but I'm pretty sure that was that 6 maybe, because I'm sure I saw it and I was here for it. It's down the leg side, gets away. There was a little something on it. What was it? Bat or leg buys? I think the umpire's signalling runs. Just hear the little clip on it. And Scrivens is into the 40. She's 41. Grucock's 19. Sunrise has 66 without loss after 13. And Ballinger's figures all of a sudden none for 23 off 7 after a couple of boundaries in that over.
Yeah, we were just talking her up, weren't we? I think she just lost her line a little bit on that over. Dropped a couple short, got put away, and then just tailed a little bit straight.
Perhaps searching at the end of her spell for that wicket. Just looking for something a little bit too much, maybe. Yeah, we were weighing up the sixes. Were you batting with Jo at that point when she hit the six into the estate away to our the blocks away to our left?
I don't think so. I can't remember it, so it makes me think that I wasn't.
It was a mighty six that she hit away. Danny said it was in a T20, but I'm looking at this and seeing that she hit a six here, and I'm thinking it was that one. Maybe it was the T20. She hit into the flats. But then there was the six that you were batting with her, I'm pretty sure, at Wantage Road when she hit the top tier down at the
yes.
far end, or the pavilion end for you all. Commentary position at the other end now. Wait is the correct cry. There's that arm. Points from Kirk. Yeah, that six was mammoth, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. She has a couple in the locker, does Jo. Can definitely clear the ropes.
Down the track comes Grucock, and he's pushed back to Hyam.
It was also that game at Northampton. I think she got out caught on the boundary, and obviously we only lost by a couple of runs. And I think kind of summed up the season a little bit. That actually, if that were just to kind of sneak over the fielder's head.
Yep, that was the victory. Well, it was your partnership that brought him back into it, wasn't it? If memory serves.
Yeah, I think.
Well, that's chipped to mid after the single. It's being called through. That was a risky run. They are through. Yeah, wasn't the game dead and buried pretty much when yourself and Jo came together and all of a sudden a partnership just...
Yeah, very much so. I think we would just kind of went out there kind of, we're going to bat with intent and kind of see where we get to, and kind of 5 overs in or so realised that kind of the game was in our hands a little bit.
It's a nice clip for a single.
Yeah, and just obviously pretty gutted to not get over the line on that occasion. From the position we initially went out into.
It's the end of the 14th, 68 without loss.
So it looks like change of bowling. Catherine Bryce coming into the attack by the looks of it.
The Centurion. Second century. The Rachael Heyhoe Flint for Bryce today.
A change of bowling at the river end. Number 17, Catherine Price.
Did he say Price? We all have slips of the tongue there, don't we? So I shouldn't. I have enough of them. Bryce it is. Who comes onto bowl. Yeah, it was a brilliant century. Her second of the summer, having hit 109 earlier in the Rachael Heyhoe Flints before the start of the 100. It's nicely struck by Scriven, single taken out to deep cover. Yeah, she played 6 matches for the Rockets, just picked up 2 wickets, which came in the opening match, 2 for 2 at Manchester against Originals, but went wicketless thereafter. A couple of wickets against the Vipers at Derby. For Lightning, she dropped short here though, and Grucock again. Anything short goes. Grucock's on to 24, 73 without loss. No fear at all from Grucock of rocking back and putting that away.
Yeah, as soon as anything short, rocks back on the great footwork and just puts it away. Great to see.
I'm going to hazard a guess that she's going to be one of the shortest in the side, if not the shortest.
Yeah, I think if anything, it's probably going to be me that takes that title.
Similarly strong on the back foot. Was going to be my point.
Yeah.
But it's always been the same in cricket, hasn't it? A more diminutive batter is able to pick up that shorter length and work with anything slightly short of a length. That little bit more, maybe able to rock back and feel comfortable hitting it on or off.
Nicely played through the covers.
74 on the boards. This is a very, very good start from Sunrisers. Good stop. A backward point. Oh, has there been damage done? Physio's waved to her. I think she's okay. Picks herself up. Were you on mic with me in the game here? Who was on mic with me at the time when there was a bad head injury? Somebody dived backwards. It just reminded me of that one. Slammed their head back into the ground. For Western Storm in that game.
No, I was actually batting.
Oh, were you batting at the time?
I think I may have actually...
You were the one that hit it over her head. This ball's clicked away
to Morris, I think it was.
Deep square, yes it was.
Mid-on, yeah.
She dived backwards, trying to... Was it? She was mid-off, wasn't she? Or mid-on, sorry, yeah. Trying to catch the ball over her head, diving backwards, and head just bumped back onto the ground, which was pretty nasty. Caused a long delay. I was worried it was going to be something like that for a moment there, but fortunately not. End of the over, 76 without loss after 15. Scrivens has 44, Grewcock 26, and all of a sudden Grewcock's strike rate has gone from hovering around 40 to up to 60, 26 from 43. And that scoreboard all round now looks pretty healthy for Sunrise, and pressure on Lightning here to make a breakthrough somewhere. Hyams number 16 from 4.
Bowling at the Hayes close end, number
She'll be
24,
replaced
Kirsty Gordon.
by Kirsty Gordon,
The left arm.
who I commentated with at Trent Bridge for a Nottinghamshire Middlesex match, I think it was, earlier this summer. She was no Amara Carr in the commentary box. But good company nonetheless for a couple of days up there. Enjoyed the scones that we get served every tea time at Trent Bridge. It's dangerous, dangerous. 4 days of that. It's down the leg side from Gordon, swept away, fine. I think she just got a little feather on it. Take 2, umpire doesn't look as though she wants to signal anything, she doesn't. 78 without loss. Applause the umpire to put the finger up, nothing doing. Went back and across, but must have been far enough across outside off. Survived that appeal, Grewcock. Onto the pads again, this time looking to work leg side. Well bowled again by Gordon, little inside edge, all safely away. That's the thing about a chase, isn't it? 4.5 is the very healthy current run rate for Sunrisers. For the majority of their innings, Lightning would go along at 4, but that top up at the end means the required rate from here is 5 and over. A fraction short, but Grewcock can only drag a single to deep square. 79 without loss at the end of the 16th, just the 3 off the over. But yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? You look at that scoreboard now where you were thinking all the way through 4 and over, they're a little light, and then all of a sudden they end up setting nearly 5 and over to win, and at 4.5 now. It's the one thing, these pair don't need to look at the scoreboard and think, oh, we're half a run behind on the required rate.
Yeah, I think we're just perhaps starting to see glimpses of that from Jodie. I think just starting to look a little bit frustrated there against Kirsty Gordon. But yeah, I think, you know, these two are going along nicely around fours, 4 and a bit. And actually kind of allowing yourself to go a little bit harder and bigger at the end. It's not a terrible place to be, you know, keep wickets in the locker. You know, we've got the likes of Maddie and Joe to come in who can find the boundary pretty comfortably.
152 more required, 79 without loss. Just a single. That's a deep mid-wicket. It's a 30. Now Grewcock. Just young opening pair for Sunrisers. Really laying a solid foundation behind the years. Both have looked pretty confident out there, haven't they? Grewcock, perhaps just that little bit more when a strike rate was dropping slightly. Looked a little bit more edgy at that point, a little bit more nervous, but the old head of 18-year-old Scrivens on strike. She's looked pretty confident and composed out there.
Yeah, I think kind of seeing and speaking to Grace before she went out, you know, she looked really determined today, and I think we're kind of seeing that in how she's batting. Yeah, as she is always, you know, she's a really gritty character, but more so than ever today, really determined to kind of get us over the line. So,
Wide ball, push down the leg side. Those extras now starting to rack up. For Lightning, they'll be frustrated with that. There were a few in the opening over, which can happen. Or the opening couple of overs, I should say. Cut hard, but a single straight to the sweeper. Extras column perhaps not as bad as I thought. 7 now. In the opening 17 overs. Sunrisers conceded 11 in their 50 overs. 8 wides, 1 no ball, 2 leg byes. Into the block hole, but yeah, 8 wides. End of the over, 82 without loss after 17. 8 wides and 1 no ball for the Sunrisers. Already 5 wides and 2 no balls for Lightning in only the 17th. Just something they'll want to keep an eye on. It's not a column you want to help the opposition with. So it was a difficult over for Sophie Monroe. Plenty of extras in that one. 2 wides, sorry, 2 no balls and 4 wides in her 3rd over, which in the end went for 17. Here's Gordon to continue. Dabbed single. Fine of the backward points. They'll take 2. Scrivens moves to 47. It's a single. Oh, and a tumble from Grewcock. There was no thought of the second, fortunately, so it didn't lead to a mix-up. 48 now for Scrivens.
going well, these two, just kind of nicely working the gaps, rotating the strike. All they really need to do at the moment.
Well, that's it. I don't want to put the kiss of death on them, but they really are in a great position at the moment just to settle in, aren't they? There's that single. This is what they've got to be careful of. Throw to the non-strikers end. There goes that bullet arm going for an overthrow again. They're fortunately on this occasion backed up, so they won't come back for the second. It's quite the arm she's got though, isn't it?
It is. She looks like a great athlete there at backward point.
Optimistic. Left arm over to the left-hander. Trickles away to a short fine leg, an indication of the angle it was going at anyway.
Yeah, I don't think too many were interested in that one.
No. Looking to use the feet again. Grewcock inside, toe end of the bat, saves up. This ball trickles away into the onside. End of the 18th, 87 without loss. 4.5 the current rate, 4.8 requires from here. Brought it down slightly, that required from fives. Scrivens hit 69 in her last appearance here at Chelmsford. Managed a top score of 26 unbeaten for London Spirit against Phoenix at Lords in the 100. It's a well-run single. Scrivens moves to 50 with a lovely dropped single, which is almost a perfect way to do it. 3 4s, 1 6, 65 minutes, and 56 deliveries for her 50, which she brings up in the calm and composed style with which she's constructed most of this innings.
Yeah, very much so. As we were saying, kind of just found the gaps well.
We're wide down the leg side again from Bryce. Come on, girl, stick with it. The cry from the fields. That just tells you that pressure's starting to tell a little bit out there for Lightning at the moment with this partnership. Sunrisers a little light with the bat today. Nice shot down the grounds. Pressure on, but Boyce gets across to stop it. Car alongside me in the commentary box. Cordelia Griffith missing as well, but also the skipper, Kelly Castle's pretty useful lower order bat. Scrivens on to 51, so second 50 of the competition for Scrivens in 5 innings.
Yeah, as I was saying, I feel Scriv looking really determined today. I think she'll be really looking to kind of kick on and see the side home.
Yeah, there'll be a small percentage of that. Percentage is the wrong word, but we're talking about the percentages to see it over the line. There'll be a small amount of that, or a small accuracy to it to say that there's also a part of putting your hand up and saying today's my day. Often sports teams, no matter what the sport, cricket teams, what the format, there's an element of somebody's got to make it their day to see home a victory, even though it's a team sport.
Yeah, definitely. I think, yeah, something we talk often about in cricket, that obviously, you know, it ultimately is a team game played by individuals, is that the saying, as it goes?
Yep.
So actually, you know, kind of if you get yourself in a good position, actually, like you said, stick your hand up and kind of be the one who's going to get the job done.
Drink run out for Scrivens and for Grewcock. 91 without loss, who's on drinks duty today.
Looks like it's Catherine Speed out there. Catherine Speed and Flo Miller. Always good value, those two.
Skipper's only got a shoulder injury, shouldn't she be doing it? Don't tell her I said that. She did a good stint earlier. 91 without loss. It's a nasty bruise. She did roll up her sleeve. Showing me earlier, she's got on her right shoulder.
Yeah, no, it does look like a nasty one.
Decent shot down the ground, just a single. Start of the 20th over, 91 for no wicket. We managed to get the players' lunch delivered up to us, or what was left of the players' lunch delivered up to us in the press box today. Usually it's a grab bag of sandwiches and crisps.
Oh, lovely. Treated you today.
Quick single taken, well run again. Wasn't Kirk on this occasion. nonetheless, that throw came in. What did you go for lunch?
I had the meatballs.
Oh, nice. Meatballs and...
pasta and salad today it was.
Oh, so we got the pasta, but we didn't get the meatballs.
Oh, I see.
Yes. Here's Gordon. Top ball pushed back to her. Meatballs, pasta, salad and what?
Just like meatball pasta and a side salad.
Nice.
Bit of yogurt for dessert if you wanted it.
All right, don't rub it in. Quick single taken a game. Doing that
No
well.
scones there, unfortunately.
No scones. No, that's a good thing for me anyway. It's the back end of the cricket season. You're a lot heavier at the end of the cricket season as a commentator than you are at the start.
So you're going jam or cream first? Or just take
Well, I
what
put
you
this
give
on Instagram, and it caused a great deal of debate as to why I put it on Instagram in the first place, to be honest. But clearly jam first, cream second. You can't spread jam over cream. Ooh, bit of turn and bounce there down the leg side, and appeal from behind the stumps. No wide signals. I think Grace Scrivens might be asking a question of that, because that's the second one that's gone down the leg side without a wide being signalled. Maybe on this occasion it took a little bit of the hip or something on the way through. Darted in by Gordon. As Grucock tries to use her feet, she digs it out. It's a dot ball to end the over. 33 for her and 53 Scrivens, 94 without loss. Was that a knowing nod of the head, or was that a nod of the head being gracious and saying idiot?
No, I would go jam first as well. My theory is then as well, you can just top up the cream as you go along.
Exactly. But you don't have any cream left if you put the cream on first, because
Yes.
it's all pushed off by the jam. Makes no sense whatsoever. No such luxuries today. Back to Lord's tomorrow. There'll be a plethora of cakes on offer. Worcester to end the season for me as well. Ladies Pavilion always, there's about 10 different cakes on offer in there.
Oh, lovely.
94 without loss. What's the best ground you've played at for food so far?
I mean, I think it has to be Lord's. We've obviously, I mean, one
That
of
was
the
where you
many.
got the injury, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got, you got the food at least then.
Yeah.
What was on offer at Lord's that day?
Well, obviously, with Spirit, we train, obviously, for the month, we kind of train there.
Oh, so you get the Lord's experience every time you train as well?
Yes, which does mean I think you do come back a little bit heavier after the 100.
Yep.
But yeah, you can't beat a Lord's lunch.
It's crunched away through the covers. Nice looking shot from Scrivens. I'll think about two. A little bobble in the outfield there, but just a single it is. Kirk's been moved out to...
They always do a great fish option at Lord's.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Being, which one being the best fish option?
The sea bass was very good. We've had a
Dear
trout there.
Looking for two. Back they come. Good
Well
running.
done.
Good keeping as well. Takes off the bails, throws to the non-strikers end all in one go. 97 without loss though, the Sunrisers. Which I haven't ever had the Lord's lunch. 18 seasons covering Middlesex. I'm yet to have the Lord's lunch. I've got to correct that somehow. I think the BBC needs to do a feature.
Yeah.
Send me up there to do that.
Surely someone can sort that out for you.
Short, pulled away into the onside, and it's Grucock's downfall on this occasion. Looks to heave it onside, short of a length, but only manages to pick out mid-wicket. Didn't get hold of it. She's gone for 37. And Sunrisers 99 for 1.
Yeah, just didn't quite get hold of it on that occasion, did she?
No, toe end of the bat. Again, looked as though she might have been through it too early. But a brilliant partnership. Scoreboard went up to 99 for 1. It's come back down to 97 for 1. It also put Grucock up to 37, but has her back down on 35. So we'll go with that for now. She's gone for 35. And
Jodie Grucock.
97 for 1.
Kirsty Gordon off the bowling.
Confirmation it was Kirsty Gordon with the catch.
For 35.
Bryce picking picking up the wicket with the last ball of her 4th over.
For the Sunrisers, the captain, number 23, Naomi Datani.
And confirmation, Naomi Datani in at 3 as expected for Sunrisers. The skipper, not a bad position to be coming in at with her side 97 for 1. In the 21st, still 134 more required for victory. But Lightning won't particularly relish seeing Datani coming out at 3.
No, these two coming off the back of a really great innings at Lords in our last Spirit game as well, where they kind of saw us over the line. Just going to take a lot of confidence from that.
Great innings from Grucock though, waited all season for this chance. It's very much made the most of it. Fine 35. Skipper to skipper. Tatani digs out her first ball. End of the 21st. Bryce 1 for 18 from 4. 97 for 1, the Sunrisers. Scrivens 54. Tatani yet to get off the mark. And Jodie Grucock gone for 35. Caught by Kirsty Gordon at mid-wicket. Off Bryce in that over, but almost invaluable, that opening stand in a chase, especially where a little bit of the chat at the interval, not from Kelly Castle or from Danny Warren, I should add, but during the interval, a little bit of the chat was, did the Sunrisers lose a bit of momentum there, having been in control for much of that innings? Well, if they did, or if there was any concern that they did, then that's certainly been put right by the opening stand here in reply in the chase. Momentum at the moment very much with Sunrisers, so any fear that that momentum was allowed to slip by that 8th wicket partnership and that Bryce century certainly counted already. Oh, this goes in the air and gone. Scrivens falls. 2 in 2 overs. Scrivens picks out mid-off, had a decent chunk of it, but again it looked low on the bat. And mid-off takes the catch. Scrivens has gone for 54. Gordon, who took the catch in the last over, takes the wicket in this. 1 for 11 from her in her 4th. 97 for 2. Just a slight error in judgment from Scrivens in terms of the timing of when she played the shot as much as the timing of its shot itself. She'll know that as she walks off. 2 in 2. Just opens the door slightly here for Lightning.
Oh yeah, not what we needed. Scrivens looking really frustrated with herself. But as you said, just didn't quite get hold of it, did she? Or almost she did, but kind of just not at the right.
Yeah, it was in between 2. It was.
Yeah. Almost didn't quite go over the top or along the floor, just.
Yeah. Makes her way off, rightly applauded off. Brilliant, brilliant innings. Might have just been slightly rash judgment to go for the shot at this stage because of the fall of the wicket the over before, which just means he got Datani, having faced 1 delivery, coming in at 3. And now a new batter at the other end as well. This will just allow Lightning to put the screw on that required rate, which had just moved to 4.7 with the required falling to 4.6. So for the first time in the innings, they'd just gone above it. So a blow for Scrivens, a blow for Sunrisers, but a very good game of cricket on the cards here. It's confirmation it's Maddie Villiers out at 4. This feels like a big partnership now. Oliver Renshaw to come, Joe Gardner, who we've been given a big build-up, and Mia Rogers. It just means there's a rebuild required now. Get another partnership going with 2 new batters at the crease. Slip in place as well now for Gordon as Lightning are on the attack. Tight offside fields. Amazing how quickly the game can change. 4 up on the single and a slip in place on the offside. Mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square on the off as the finger spinner, the slow left-arm finger spinner Gordon turns it away from the bat. The right-handed Villiers. Again, there's that offside fields. Only able to stroke the first 3 deliveries of the over into the offside. Deep cover drops back. Oh, and it's pushed straight back by Villiers. It's another one in the over for Kirsty Gordon. She has 2 for 11. And she has a double wicket maiden, 97 for 3. And Sunrisers in the 22nd over have just handed a little bit of the initiative back to the visitors here at Chelmsford. And a few dot balls racked up into the offside, and just trying to force one that perhaps wasn't there. Villiers only manages to force it straight back to Gordon, caught and bowled. She's gone for a 4th ball duck. And 97 for 3 at the end of the 22nd. It's amazing what a wicket can do.
Absolutely. Just feel the momentum shifting as we spoke about.
Required now. Get another partnership going with 2 new batters at the crease. Yeah. They just need to settle it in once again, settle down. But that's the problem, that you see that change in the field. All of a sudden, there's no single anywhere on the attack. And even before the over was out, that pressure told on Villiers. Just forced one that wasn't there. They just dropped back the cover as well, almost saying to her, go on then, force one out for a single. Clever cricket by Lightning. Let's give huge credit to them.
Number 23, Marie Kelly.
So Marie Kelly's coming on to bowl at the River End. A lot of pressure on the batter on strike as well now. Experienced skipper Naomi Datani, 28 years of age now. I mentioned that 28 she hit against Phoenix for Spirit at the end of the 100. 38 unbeaten as well against the Rockets at Trent Bridge. Gonna need a little bit more from Datani here than a cameo. Still 134 to win. Scores of 41 and 34 in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy so far. Those being the top scores, I should say. Also hit 19 at Guildford against the South East Stars. Just a single here against Storm when she came in off the back of that big partnership for the opening stand. Down the leg side, a wide signalled. It's been a good start here from Marie Kelly. Just drifted that one leg side. Got away with it. Tatani was looking to sweep hard, short fine leg up inside of the circle. It was a wide, but could have been even worse if Tatani had connected with that. Oh, it's beautiful. What a ball. What an absolute peach of a ball from Marie Kelly. And Tatani's gone for a duck. And a 4th wicket in 3 overs has turned this innings on Sunrisers. They're 98 for 4. Lightning right on top now in the middle stages of the chase. Superb bowling from Kelly. It's gone up on the board as bowled. She turned and appealed, I thought. That was why I went for caught behind, but the board's gone up with bowled.
Yeah,
We'll see on the replay in a moment.
I think it just clipped the off stump, but it's quite difficult to see from up here.
Have a look on the stream. Yeah, the board opposite, or to our side I should say, has gone with bowled. We'll see what the stream has to show us. Actually, we'll have quite a good angle here because I think the stream is from long off as well, so we'll have a pretty decent angle.
Was bowled by
yeah, you can see the bails are off. Oh wow.
Looked like it ripped in the pitch a little.
Joe Gardner.
She did turn and appeal at first, didn't she? Or was she just so excited? There it is from straight on as well. Kelly to Datani, we're just scrubbing back on the stream ourselves to watch. Oh yeah. Beautiful ball. Right arm around the wicket to the left hander, the perfect ball for the off spinner. Datani has to go for a duck. So Jo Gardner, who we were talking about her in that finishing capacity, she's out there now early with a lot of work to do. 98 for 4 in the 23rd. They still need another 133 Sunrisers after that big opening stand of 97. They've lost 4 wickets for 1 run in 3 overs. pressure on Joe Gardner's shoulders now to try and be the one to get this chase back on track. End of the over, 98 for 4. 1 run, but crucially 1 wicket off that over, and a big wicket as well. Datani gone. So 98 for 4 it is. Grewcock was caught Gordon, bowled Bryce for 35. Scrivens caught Bryce, bowled Gordon for 54. And Villiers caught and bowled Gordon for noughts. Datani bowled Kelly for noughts. And Ola Renshaw and Gardner have a lot to do for the Sunrisers now to rebuild this one. Light with the bat, as we said today, because of injuries as well, which is where that partnership at the beginning seems to have given it the perfect start. This is where the pressure will tell already in this chase. Sunrisers not quite at full strength today. 4th match for Ola Renshaw. Nice looking drive into the offside, and there's no run. She hit 14 against the Vipers at Southampton in July before the break for the 100s. Didn't bat in the Chelmsford match here against Storm. Hit 25 against Diamonds at Leeds.
Yeah, I think similar to Jodie, you know, this could be a good opportunity for Jess, who hasn't up till now had much opportunity with the bat in the role she would usually play. You know, when she's batted, it's usually been in that middle to lower order and having little cameos at the end of the innings. So actually, you know, it's a chance for her to kind of put her name in the hat.
I was going to put that to you, actually. Had there ever been a thought for Gardner to go up the order and perhaps even open, you know, in that power play? Such a powerful batter, have the freedom of the power play to go after it. But then equally, Datani and Griffith over the years, Scrivens now as well. There's plenty of options at the top, isn't there?
Yeah, I think so. I think they tend to lean towards kind of that left-hand, right-hand combination at the top of the order.
Lofted away by Ola Renshaw to get off the mark, get a couple here. Chipped over mid-wicket. Sweeper in the deep comes around to gather up. There's the 100 up for Sunrisers, which seemed very, very close at none down. But all of a sudden, it's taken a little while to bring up that milestone with the fall of 4 quick wickets, which has swung this chase into Lightning's favour, having been heavily in Sunrisers just a few moments ago. There's obviously still a game to be won here. It's not lost yet. As you say, a chance for a youngster, a big chance for Joe Gardner, effectively up the order now because of that collapse, or top order collapse. Brings her in a lot earlier than usual. Comfortable single in the end. Just gave herself a little bit of room, Gardner.
It'll be interesting here because I know Kelly has on occasion she been known to bowl. She can bowl with her right and her left arm. That actually now that there's 2 right-handers at the crease, whether she might.
Oh, that one's just over mid-wicket. Hitting with the spin, Ola Renshaw. She'll pick up a single here out to deep mid-wicket. Second time in the couple of overs that she's gone for it. Did manage to clear mid-wicket again, but only just didn't quite get it.
I think we were holding our breath for a moment there.
Yeah. I didn't know that about Kelly. She bowls both left and right arm.
Yeah, I think it's something that she's kind of worked on over the winter and over.
Optimistic appeal on that one.
Over the lockdowns and over the last few years, I think, where she's kind of had more time on her hands to actually have a go at it. We've seen it a couple of times when we've had practice games against them. whether she'll do it today or not, I'm not sure.
Have you faced her when she's done it?
No, I haven't actually.
Must be quite odd.
Mm. Does look to be getting a little bit of turn or grip here.
Oh, it's a beautiful shot down the ground from Gardner. That alleviates a bit of pressure. 4 runs it is, just dropped short of the boundary rope, long on back, but she hit it sweetly and straight enough. Gardner. She moves to 5, 106 for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot from Jo. A real strength of hers, hitting down the ground. Hits it so cleanly. I guess it's something for Jo to kind of weigh up now. You know, Jo's probably at her best where she's kind of batting with intent and being assertive and probably being the aggressor. Where actually perhaps doing that now, you know, can alleviate a little bit of this pressure.
Talks about her almost being in that finisher role. Since the game here at Chelmsford in the T20, she hit 28 unbeaten in that one against Storm, 41 against the Sparks in that game we're talking about at Northampton, and then 29 unbeaten against Storm here at Chelmsford in the other match, 16th of July, 43 unbeaten against the Vipers at Southampton as well. So a good few unbeaten knocks in there as well. Frustration at not having the cricket since July 23rd for her, I'm sure, massive frustration. But was looking to be really coming into some good nick, and again, 43 not out, 29 not out, 28 not out, so those rolls down the order where she's finishing unbeaten, and perhaps there's more to come. And it's a chance today for Gardner. We've had 25 overs, so the halfway point, they're 106 for 4, still 125 light. You'd have imagined if those wickets wouldn't have tumbled, it would probably be something like 106 to win and 125 on the board now rather than 125 to win, but it's just taken away, what, 4, 5 overs from the chase, where 4 wickets fell for 1 run in 3 overs. Just really have slowed things down. The run rate has dropped to 4.2, the required is at 5. So a switch around there in the rates also. But yeah, you were talking about the spin there. Obviously spin played a big part in the middle overs for Sunrisers in slowing Lightning down, and we are at the home of Simon Harmer, of course, as well, aren't we? That goes so well here at Chelmsford. Racks up the wickets, the South African spinner here at Chelmsford for Essex. A quick check on those scores elsewhere while drinks are being taken here at Chelmsford.
Yeah, the last I looked, it looked like Storm had a chase on their hands.
Storm are 69 for 3, chasing 335 against the Diamonds. I think I was just going through those cards when you sat down earlier. 74 from Winfield Hill and 70 down the order from Heath off 46, but 131. A run of ball, 131 from Armitage, unbeaten. 334 for 6, the Diamonds, and Storm, they were in trouble. I'll say they were, they still are. They were 37 for 3, 69 for 4 they are now with Rhft gone. Lovely looking shot from Ola Henshaw, drop ball into the offside though. And Corney at the top still there on 28. And McCorney. So the Storm up against it. Oh, this is hitting the air, it's not going to carry, just short. Comfortably through for the single in the end, although Gardner might have been slightly guilty of ball watching there as Ola Henshaw called her through. It's virtually the non-strikers and she gave her a tap, yeah. Don't forget to run. But fortunately the ball had deflected well wide of mid-on, just short. We've seen that a lot of bottom hand from Ola Henshaw so far, haven't we, going to the onside, which can be a strength, it can be a weakness as well. She just have to be careful of early in the innings.
Yeah, I think potentially ball just looks like it's stopping in the pitch a little bit. Just threw her shots a little early. And that bottom hand taking over.
Yeah, just right up there, this one to Gardner. Ponders it and pushes it, or pushes it into the offside and then ponders it, prods away at the surface. That Storm game's being played at Taunton, isn't it, today? Yes, it is. Nice bit of flight on that again from Gordon, eased away into the offside. Southern Vipers are 98-4, chasing 204 to beat Thunder. 79 for Threlkeld. 63 for Lamb at the top. 203 all out Thunder, but Vipers have Schofield out there at the moment on 30 and Windsor on 15. And Matt Adams with 20, Dean with 11.
So Adams didn't open, is that?
No, came in at 4. Corn and Dean opening, Elwes at 3. 2 wickets so far for Graham, 2 for Graham, 1 for Lamb, 1 for Jackson. The 4 to fall, 99 for 4 in the 26th. Needing another 105 to win. And that last game then today, South East Stars posted 254 for 9. In reply, Central Sparks 54 for 5. Freeborn and Home together. Jones and Basketeer together at the top. 14 apiece. Partnership of 21 at the top, but 54 for 5 now. Franklin 2, Gray 2, McDonald Gay 1. That after 50s for Brewer and Davidson Richards. Here's Kelly continuing at the River End. In the Test match, South Africa have lost another wicket. They're 111 for 4. And Rickleton's just gone to Broad. 2 for Broad, 1 for Anderson, 1 for Stokes to get it going. South Africa lead by just 77 runs with 6 wickets remaining. Set up at the Oval for a fine finish tomorrow. Looking to steer that one. Laura Renshaw just turns to backward square leg. She really likes that bottom hand, doesn't she? That's a nice shot down the ground. Really clean strike. Over mid on it goes. They'll pick up 2. Have they settled on 1? They did. They settled on 1, I think.
Yeah, they have.
I think maybe she didn't set off. Was she worried she didn't get hold of it enough? Because it looked like she was really slow through at the non-striker's end. Either that or she just never thought from the beginning there was 2 in it. 109 for 4 it is. Ola Renshaw's on to 6. Not sure. Gardner gets a sweet connection, but the sweeper's in the deep. Just 1. For 4, partnership 109 for 4, partnership's worth 11. Just got to chip away at it now. Low full toss. Gardner looks to really slam it down the ground. Sorry, Ola yeah, Gardner. No, they've got it wrong on the score, but it is Ola Renshaw, isn't it?
Yes.
Ola Renshaw looking to slam it down the ground straight to mid-off. Top ball to end the over, 109 for 4. I'm worried about that scoreboard now because it's giving Ola Renshaw the strike for the next start of the next over. Have they got the scores right? Ola Renshaw 5, Gardner 5, 108 for 4 at the end of the 27th. So 122 to win, and it is. It's chipping away at it. 22 more runs, get it below 100. All the old adages of how you go about a chase. Solid from Gardner. In behind that to Gordon. It's really good bowling by Gordon, isn't it? Right on the spot. 2 for 14 in her 7th now.
Yeah, just kept it really simple. Held really tight line and lengths.
So a little inside edge on that. They've gone out with a big appeal. The finger goes up. Gardner's not looking at the bat. She's looking at the line and length of it, weighing it up. But the finger goes up, and it's a 3rd wicket for Kirsty Gordon. 3 for 14, 109 for 5. Huge wicket to pick up. Gardner gone for 6. And as we said, she was doing a wonderful job. Left arm around, just putting it on a spot, putting it on the line and length. We'll have a look at the replay now. Oh dear. Oh dear. That's sliding a long way down. Which I can say, you can't. Perhaps best don't comment in situations like this. But 109 for 5. That's a pretty rough call for Gardner, who has to make her way off.
Incoming batter, the wicketkeeper, number 13, Mia Rogers.
So Mia Rogers makes her way out. An awful lot to do, but that was a hammer blow. The wicket that they've claimed, looking at the replay, the man of the wicket was claimed as well. And that was why Gardner stood and watched, or looked back at the line of it where she was stood for a moment. But Gordon's managed to buy a wicket, a 3rd wicket for her, a 5th for Lightning. And that really does strike a killer blow, it feels like, for Sunrisers on this one. There's an awful lot to do now for a batting lineup that's a little light due to injuries today. 109 for 5 on Renshaw and Mia Rogers with a lot of work to do. Gordon in her 7th over, and both her and Kelly at the moment have a good squeeze on as well, don't they, which adds to the problem.
Yeah, just slowing that run rate as well, aren't they, as wickets? Does.
Wicket maiden for Gordon. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 14. And she has turned this innings on its head. Brilliant spell from the Scottish left arm spinner. Let's put Lightning into a very strong position. The comparison, interestingly, Lightning were 110 for 5. Sunrisers 109 for 5. It was that 8th wicket partnership that really did the damage, from 150 for 7. They were 123 for 6. Was the fall of the 6th wicket. 110 for 5 was the fall of the 5th.
Yeah, and I think that's sometimes part of it. Like these two out there now, a lot of it will be them having the belief that they can do it, and kind of putting an innings together. You know, we spoke about they perhaps haven't had to do it in the past.
Oh, just checking that drive on Renshaw. She was in the, well, she was through it too early, but had to check it to make sure it didn't carry to mid-on. Sorry, Amara, go on.
Yeah, but just saying, you know, both of these players have scored a lot of runs for their counties and for the academy over the years. So actually having the confidence to go out there and convert it at this level.
Shot down the ground again for a cut. This time they do come through for 2. That'll be a huge frustration for Jo Gardner as well, because you could see that she was setting herself up to play a long innings there. It's a nice little shot inside out, just clears mid off, chipped away into the offside. 2 more. Anna Renshaw picks up. She moves to 9.
Just teasing these mid-on and mid-off fielders, isn't she?
I know. She's been practicing this. She moves to 7, my apologies, 111 for 5. Quick discussion in the field. What are they weighing up for Ola Renshaw now? There's a deep mid-on, not quite a long on, which is Bryce.
And a mid-on hovering by the looks of it.
Yeah. I just think that bottom hand has been spotted by them as well.
It's getting a bit inventive with their fields there.
I know, this is interesting. I've seen this too many times. Are they going, yeah, a straight mid-on and a wide deep mid-on? Straight mid-on's giving a wave to the keeper and to the batter as well. It's turned for a single through square leg. Ola Renshaw moves to 10. Now hold on a minute, the scoreboard's doing me. She was on to 9, wasn't she? She's now moved to 10. 114 for 5, 117 to win. The field switches back to a more orthodox field for Mia Rogers. Can't think I've seen that before. 2 mid-ons, a straight mid-on and a wide deep mid-on. But
No,
I like
can't
it.
say. Yeah.
I like invention.
We saw it a couple, not to that extent, we saw a couple of times during the 100 where people were almost having a really straight long on out on the boundary, where players are just hitting dead straight back over past the bowler,
Yeah.
but not one kind of in the ring.
As you say, it was she was toying with mid-off and mid-on almost,
Yeah.
chipping it over them. It's a good invention by Lightning to try and respond to it. You've got the upper hand at the moment. We talked about momentum at the innings break. This is Gordon darting one in. Looks a little bit more of an arm ball, that one from Gordon. Momentum's very much shifted to the visitors here after a brilliant opening stand. That's a nice use of the feet and a chip. Straight back down the ground. Lovely shot for 4 by Ola Renshaw. She moves to 14, 118 for 5. And the runs required are below the runs on the board for the first time. 113 more to win.
A lovely shot from Jess there. Really good intent at this stage of the game as well. It's great to see.
Can they get another partnership going? W score at the 30 over mark. Danny Warren was very much hoping that Lightning didn't double their score from the 30 over mark. And check back to see what they were. Low full toss along the floor to mid-off, no run. All South Africa 5 down, 120 for 5 now. Mulder has gone. Zondo and that's another inside-out shot over the mid-off fielder. Cry of catch it, and Ola Renshaw. She chips those nicely, doesn't she, over the infield. Just seems to have a good measure of what she needs to do just to get the leverage over the infield and not going too hard at it, and ended up skying the ball perhaps, or mistiming it. 120 for 5 at the end of the 30th, so yeah, the old adage of double your score from 30 would put Sunrisers on for a winning chase here, but it's that wickets column, 5 down. Gonna need another big partnership, just like the opening stand. But Ola Renshaw, 16 from 25, is giving this a really good go. Mia Rogers at the other end at the moment, it's just a spectator, none from 4. Been out there for a few overs. So yeah, Verriane is out there with Zondo, and 124 for 5. It's another wicket for, well, it's Robinson, who picked up 5 for in the first innings.
Not sure if she got a little inside edge on that or not.
Let's have a look on the replay.
If it was a mis-stumping. A little inside
Yeah.
edge, yeah.
It's Rogers off the mark. That's run nicely. Clever cricket. Really good cricket from on her own short. Picks her up a couple. 1, 2, 3 for 5. I think the comment was made, whether it was Danny Warren or Kelly Castle in the first innings, it felt like Bryce and Lightning, when it was going well, they were doing it without thrashing the ball around. Renshaw's just produced a few cute little shots here and there, which is perhaps what's required at the moment. Stands up tall to that one, defends into the offside.
Yeah, a few of us did speak about that, kind of Bryce's innings there was relatively low risk, kind of up and towards until the end really, where she started to accelerate, and they, as we spoke about that 8th wicket partnership, up until then it was relatively just kind of hitting the gaps and accumulating her innings rather than going too hard at the ball.
This will be a single between extra cover and mid-off. Schofields gone for the Southern Vipers. They are 117 for 5 now. Emily Windsor still there on 18. Hill with her on 13. Require another 87 with 5 wickets standing. 107 required here with 5 wickets standing. Oh, nicely bowled just outside off. Rogers looking to punch away. 1, 2, 5 for 5. Again, it's that 8th wicket partnership which is looking so damaging at the moment, but it's there for Sunrisers to come back if they can themselves with a partnership. The Central Sparks are 56 for 6 now, chasing 255 to win at Beckenham against the South East Stars, and the Western Storm are 95. In fact, they've moved on 101 for 5. But they're chasing 335 to win against the Northern Diamonds at Taunton. There's the scores elsewhere around the country today.
We've just got Safe Munro returning.
Yeah, had a tricky over to finish with earlier, didn't she? With the extras, the no ball, the overthrow, 17 off her last over. This be an opportunity. Bangs that one into the track and rocking back and pulled away for 4. Nice shot for Amia Rogers. Her first boundary, she's on to 6. Jagged back in slightly, didn't it? From this angle at first I thought, did it get up? But what it was, it jagged back. Too much to do. Getting around from deep square for Boyce. All throw to non-strikers then, but they are back. Interesting move. Gordon 3 for 20 from her 8. Going nicely.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by this one.
A couple of right-handers out there as well. No run again to backward point.
You're assuming they want to keep a few back
Yeah.
for the death, but you kind of think if she was to pick up another wicket here.
She was on top, wasn't she? It felt that way anyway. If we could compare the spin options so far. Kelly 1 for 19 from 5 and Gordon 3 for 20 from 8. The Lightning had those middle overs of Scrivens, 1 for 26 from 10. Gardner 3 for 45 from 10. Come back, having gone for 4, first ball of the over from Munro. 4 dot balls to follow. And a dot ball to finish as well. 4 off the over. Good comeback after dragging the first one in. Well, it jagged actually, that first ball when we saw it on the replay. Rogers did really well to time that.
Yeah.
129 for 5 it is after 32. 18 overs to go.
Yeah, you can see there on the replay, just getting a little bit of movement into the right-hander, isn't she?
Yeah. Lightning were 1, 2, 3 for 6 with 18 overs to go. Just remember that being a point that I looked at it there as well. Just 18 overs left on it, and you're trying to weigh up how would it look if it was a T20. You're 6 wickets down,
Yeah.
you've got 18 overs to bat. Similarly here, 102 of 18 overs are very gettable. It's that wickets column. They've got to build a partnership. They've got to keep wickets in hand now. Sunrisers. Change at both ends. As back into the attack is Bryce from the River End. Got that classic Chelmsford commentary box problem now of the sun coming around in front. It can get unbelievably hot in this room in the summers, in the height of summer. So he's away into the offside, there's no run. I think it's the hottest, one of the hottest commentary boxes in the country. Canterbury has the same thing when the sun comes. Lords is similar actually, but obviously Lords, you've got air conditioning.
Yeah.
But yeah, here in Canterbury, when the sun comes around in the afternoon, it can be unbelievable. The heat to work in. Still, we'll be moaning about the cold soon enough.
Yeah.
Turn the heating on, can't afford it. We're looking back on those days in a Chelmsford commentary box.
Yeah. Just a few dot balls building here.
Which brings that use of the feet. Throw to the non-strikers then, they're through. Yeah, there was 5 to finish the last over and 3 to start this. 8 consecutive dot balls. Never a nice feeling in white ball cricket. In this day, certainly not in T20, you wouldn't have 8. Oh, how has that got through? They're going to come through for a leg bite where it's just tucked her up and must have taken the pad past leg stump to go past the keeper as well.
Like it.
Extraordinary that that ball didn't hit. 131 for 5. A little bit of luck that Sunrisers needed to go their way. Wide, down the leg sides. 132 for 5. This is something at the start of the innings that we were keeping the eye on with the number of extras that we're racking up. See if we can scrub back on the stream and see the ball that got through. A couple of deliveries back. Swept away straight to the fielder at short fine leg. We'll have a look on the stream at the end of the over to see that delivery. Of course, you could do the same at home. Scrub back on the stream. And then drag it back up to the live coverage. It was the 5th ball of the over. There we go. Oh, yeah, it just took the top of the pad and went over the top of off stump. 32 for 5 after 33. 23 is the partnership from 33 deliveries. Oh, just backing away, looking to cut. Mia Rogers looking to give herself room. But yeah, 23 partnership after losing 4 wickets for 1 run. These were riches at that stage for Sunrise. It's just giving them a footing again now. 99 more to win. 5 wickets standing. Things have settled down a little. Seamer's back on though, looking to strike. That's run away nicely. Deep thirds back. Kelly down below us, holding them to a single.
Yeah, I guess these two now kind of be weighing up what they think they can kind of leave to get off the last 10 or so. It's kind of weighing up getting yourself in and building a partnership now and actually not leaving yourself too much to do at the end.
Interesting to see if that one jags back. Not massively. Got herself into a slightly awkward position on it. Oh, what a ball. Beaut. Top of off stump, out of the ground. Classic seam bowler's dismissal. And back goes Rogers for 7 from 16. Well, haven't been nipping them in. That one actually takes leg stump. I think it's actually gone back through the gate, hasn't it, to take leg stump?
Looks like it, yeah.
Thought maybe she'd straightened it. I could have sworn it was off stump, but yeah, it's leg stump that's gone. It's just nipped back in to go through the gate. And 134 for 6 it is. Not quite a hammer blow, but brought back on to make the breakthrough, and that's what they've done. We were slightly surprised that they removed the economy and the threat of Kirsty Gordon in particular.
Mia Rogers was bowled.
Rogers gone for 7. And partnership just settled things slightly, but there's so much to do.
Number 44, Lissy McLeod.
Lissy McLeod's back into the sides at the back end of the season. Big job to do for the number 8. Still another 97 required. But on Renshaw on 20 from 35. Well, as you were saying just before the wicket was to fall, I was going to ask you the question. Have you weighed it up in your own mind? Have you worked out what do they want off the back 10 here to chase with? Was it back 10 or back 5? What did you say they would be thinking?
I was thinking back 10, just because I was thinking it was a bit easier maths for myself.
What would you say off the last 10? 60?
Yeah, I think 60 even, well, in a T20 stretch to 7s even. But yeah, I guess it's weighing up kind of with those having not many wickets in the shed now. But actually, probably looking around a run of ball for the last 10.
So let's say if it was 70 off the last 10, then that's requiring 27 to be hit off the next 6 overs. 60 off the last 10, 37 to be hit off the next 6 overs.
Yeah, and obviously Lissy's batting at 8 here, but you know, we can take some optimism in that she has batted at the top of the order in the past, albeit she hasn't played a great deal of cricket this season. But she's very, she's very capable of going out there and scoring runs.
End of the over. 34 done, 134 for 6, so 97 needed from what, 96 deliveries left? Have I got that right? 96. I'm going off the 100, that's 16.4. So there's 16 overs left, yes, 96 deliveries.
Yep.
To score 97 runs, it is very gettable, but again, one is against Sunrise as that wickets column. 6 down. Oliver Renshaw Has just got herself in. Clips that nicely. Just a single out to deep mid-wicket. There are singles out there, especially against the seamers now. Can these two settle in? Nudge and Nurdle. Well, we saw that field up earlier. Bowling to an offside field. At the moment, deep covers back, deep mid-wicket, deep square. Long off and long on up. Long legs also back. So 5-4 fields. Anything straight, there's a single into the onside if you can get fine of mid-wicket, which that one doesn't allow. Push straight a mid-wicket down towards mid-on. Any width at all outside of the off stump, which Bryce will be looking to avoid because she's only got the one sweeper back on the offside and a shorter boundary. So she will be looking to bowl wicket to wicket here. Chip back down the ground, great catch. Boyce underneath it at mid-off. Got both hands underneath it, brilliant catch. I wasn't sure that was going to carry it all, but she's done an incredible job to get forward, get her hands underneath it. McLeod's gone for a duck, caught Boyce off the bowling of Bryce. And 135 for 7. Partners running out for Ola Renshaw, who has 21, but it was that 8th wicket partnership that did the damage for Lightning. Really has to be the 8th wicket partnership that does it now for Sunrisers if they're to get anywhere close. 96 more needed. It's 135 for 6. Thought she got away with that one. There's the replay. Just got her hands underneath it. Boyce, brilliant catch. Great piece of work.
Lucy McLeod was caught by Georgie Boyce off the bowling of Catherine Bryce.
I guess pretty much what you were saying in your mind as well about weighing up the
Number 48.
conundrum. What do you need off the back 10? So what do you need to get to that point and how to get there? Claudia hasn't played a lot of cricket this summer. Just lofting that one, but not quite one thing or the other, was it?
Yeah, just looked caught in two minds there, whether to go over the top or not.
Got a goal out at 9. Again, this was the partnership when Bryce managed to get things going with Monroe. Got them up to and over the 200 when at one point Sunrisers would have harboured hopes of 180. What can goal do? Top ball to mid-off to begin. Just reaching the stage at this point as it reaches a run of ball where you can't particularly say time's on their side anymore. You've got to keep the scoreboard ticking. It's chipped nicely. Just a single though. Now extended it to 2. Pressure on the fielder. They're back for a couple. 137 for 7. Are areas to score out there for Sunrisers. That's the thing. They've got to get this partnership going again. I think that short boundary under the 35th, 135, 137 for 7, 94 to win. That short boundary just means there are gaps in the field because of the lines that the bowlers are having to bowl and the fields that the captains are having to set here. They've got that offside boundary in their mind, and you can see that from the river end in particular, the want is to keep a very straight line, and that's why there are so many back on the onside, but it does mean the singles there. From the Hayes close end for Monroe now. Keeping it straight, but not too straight, not allowing them to access that onside easily. Likewise length, you won't want to be dropping anything short for the batters to swing that ball into the onside. It's a good line and length. Which is pretty much all they've got to stick to now.
Yeah, she's come back well here, Monroe. She had that over in her first spell that we spoke about.
It was a bold move to bring her back at this stage, both of them, Bryce and Monroe. Oh, bowl's out. And tucked up for room. Ola Renshaw's gone for 21. And with her does the Sunrisers' last hope in this game go. Monroe has a second wicket. It's 137 for 8. We've just seen that ball nipping back in from her, doing the damage. I think that's what's done for Ola Renshaw here again. Yeah, leg stump. He's rocks back. And Ola Renshaw, a useful little innings, 21 from 37, 38 in the end. It's not going to be enough today for Sunrisers. 8 down. As Patel will come out to join. Got a goal in the middle. Well, anything short, as we said, would have to go into that onside. Just didn't quite pick the length on it, Ola Renshaw. It wasn't quite there to hook it away. Leg stump rocks back. And, well, the hopes of Sunrisers in this one pretty much rocked as well. 15 overs out, still 94 required, but 8 down now. And, well, as we were saying, Amara, you're sat up here. You'd like to be out there in the middle. So would Cordelia Griffith and Kelly Castle. But injuries have depleted this batting lineup today, and looks as though that's going to be the story of it, that the batting has just come up a little bit light after a good fight back with the ball. Here's the first ball for Patel. Or bowled right up there into the block hole. First ball. Yeah, it looks as though in the end that fight back, that 8th wicket partnership pushing into 230 has just made the difference of a slightly depleted batting lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously we spoke about Bryce's innings, you know, kind of the way she measured her innings, kind of adapted well to the pitch and to the conditions.
Oh, nearly chopping on. Just chopped down onto it, but wider leg stump.
Yeah, got her side to a really competitive total, and something they could look to defend, as they're doing.
Yeah, she got in. Didn't particularly have to get going, did she? She just got in and kept going. Bryce. Sunrisers in comparison look back at a brilliant opening stand worth, what, 97? But 2 wickets in 2 overs, the pair of them gone quickly. Scrivens headed straight to mid-off. Being the second of those to go. At that point it felt a hammer blow, but it was four wickets for 1 run in the end. So that ball short, carved away on the cut shot from Patel. Single taken to end the over. 138 for 8, 36 gone. Still 94 runs shy of the target. Yes, when Grace Scrivens fell and both openers were gone in consecutive overs, but then 4 wickets from 1 run, it was a hammer blow from which the Sunrisers haven't really recovered. You don't usually recover from that kind of mini collapse. I think where Bryce kept going, just needed one of those 2-set batters at the top to keep going. Sunrisers today. Here's Bryce, 2 for 23 from her 6. Monroe's 2 for 35 from 6 now. Come back from that over that went for 17. Take that out of the equation for Bryce, for Monroe, and it otherwise looks a brilliant bowling performance from her. 2 for 18 off the other 5.
Yeah, you just kind of look at the score now and just looks like quite a hard task for these two now. Very capable batters, but that run rate up around close to 7s now. Probably just not got the wickets in hand.
Yeah, it's probably a day of looking back at what ifs at the moment for Sunrisers. 1 50 for 7. 97 without loss. 139 without 8. 139 for 8 now. Probably the two telling moments of this match from the Sunrisers' perspective, where they had good positions that were let slip. Probably more so with the bat. It doesn't fit 150 for 7. Again, an opposition are allowed to play well. They're allowed to come back, which is what Munro did alongside Bryce, the Centurion, who batted brilliantly. But this collapse is effectively what it is. 8 for 42. 8 for 40. 8 for 40. Which again started effectively, take the 8 for 40 out of it. It was the 4 for 1, wasn't it? That really was a sucker punch. Down the leg side and wide signals. 141 for 8. Cricket's never done until it's done, we should add.
Yeah, but, absolutely. I mean, yeah. Gaia and Sonali here, you know, they've scored runs for past in the middle set, 4 Middlesex. And Sonali actually has been in good form with the bat. Yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see whether they can get us over the line here.
Top ball into the onside once more. Into the 37th, 141 for 8. So there we go, 90 to win from 78. Again, you wouldn't particularly say, that's why the 4 for 1. This stage, you had wickets in hand, you'd be relatively happy with that. What were we saying? If you could get 60, 70 off the back 10,
yeah,
which they wouldn't have been far off. Had that wickets column looked a little bit healthier for Sunrisers at this stage. But chances for youngsters, and chances where they both impressed as well. Ola Renshaw, the last to go, it was in the face of what was a huge moment of pressure when she came out to bat. It was a fine performance, wasn't it, from her. Gardner will feel pretty rough about the decision that she got. W that looked to be sliding a long way down the leg side. Grewcock at the top with 35. Of course, we must add Scrivens. She still is only 18. Who's 54. And I suppose that has to be marked in talking about somebody who needs to put their hand up, say it's my day, or somebody needed to go on as Bryce did. They are two youngsters at the top, aren't they? And what they did was exceptional.
Yeah, definitely. I think, like, obviously.
Oh, there goes another one. Gordon's back in, and back in the wickets as well. 4 for 20 for her. Gold's gone for 3, 141 for 9. That is nearly it, but it was nearly it already for the Sunrisers. Sorry, go on, Amara, you were going to say?
Yeah, I was just going to say, obviously, you know, like, Scriv will keep learning from these experiences, and, you know, she's got a long career ahead of her. And perhaps, you know, she'll be frustrated and disappointed with herself today, but, you know, she'll have plenty of opportunities in years to come.
So,
Gayatri Gold was bowled by Kirsty Gordon.
Gaia Gold gone, and in comes Katie Kopak, who bowled well at the top today for Sunrise, I thought.
Number 11, Katie Kopak.
Comes out about at 11. So 141 for 9. How soon do you need to be around the other side at the end of the match when the match finishes? So I need to let you go now at 9 down so you're back for when the wicket falls.
Quite possibly.
How many balls to go this over? Should we see out this over? There's 3 balls left.
Let's
and then I'll wrap up the match and let you go. So yeah, time frame wise for your injury, it's
yeah, it's not it's not the best timing wise. Where I had to have surgery on it, unfortunately. So I'm about 3 weeks post-op at the moment. I think originally they said around 6 to 8. We're kind of trying to push that to what we can.
Swept away nicely. 4 runs off the mark, first ball. Very good shot. Got a cheer. Rightly so.
But yeah, these games kind of coming in quick succession now, so we have to kind of be touch and go whether I'll be able to make the last couple even.
Down the grounds. Kopac's going to have some fun before her day's done. She moves to 8 from 2 deliveries, 149 for 9. Sweet pickup. That'll be partly the frustration, as Sunrisers will know. There were 2 moments in this match when they were in a very, very strong position. Just let it slide. And actually, the margin of defeat's heading towards a heavy one, barring something brilliant here at the end. But that really isn't the story, because there was those 2 moments where Sunrisers almost could have felt like, well, they had the game, but at 150 for 7 and at 97 without loss, they were in very, very strong positions. Which is those percentages that we're talking about, even though the percentage looks like a heavy defeat, well, percentages-wise, they were very close, a wicket away at that 8th wicket partnership, and well, just steadying the ship after 1 or 2 wickets fall rather than being 4 for 1.
Yeah, definitely. I think kind of if you break the game down, there's kind of stages of the game that we're definitely winning and in control of. As we said, it's kind of stretching that over the course of the whole game to kind of get us that win.
So it's Central Sparks next Saturday for Sunrisers at New Road, Worcester. But we await the new date. This ball's pushed back up the track to Higham. We await the new date for Friday's postponed match at Northampton against Thunder, which sadly, as we were saying, unlikely unless it's pushed a week further back beyond that to be soon enough for yourself, Amara. Although the final comes around pretty quickly, doesn't it? 24th, maybe, final of this competition.
Yeah, I think so.
Crunched away hard. I did say I was going to let you go at the end of the last over, didn't I? One final question. What's the plans for the winter?
Looking to go overseas, hopefully, once I'm kind of back fit. Yeah, kind of having conversations at the moment. Hopefully go out to Australia or somewhere overseas and get some cricket in. Obviously missed a fair bit this season with various injuries. So yeah, I'd like to go and get some match time ready for next year.
Amara, I'll let you go. If there's some sort of miraculous comeback here, then you've got your sprinting legs on to run back around. Thanks for the company today. It's been much appreciated.
Thanks very much.
Good luck with that injury for the winter. Amara Carr, thanks kindly for the time. 149 for 9 is the score, and 1 ball left to the 39th. And defended back into the onside, no run. So 82 more runs required for victory. And a game that slipped away from Sunrisers again this season, having found themselves in some pretty strong positions today. But game has just managed to get away from them. Maiden over that was for Higham. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16. As we said, these 2 won't have given up hope of the likelihood. Not looking great for this final wicket pairing. Oh, Gordon has been on the spot every single ball today so far. Great enthusiast of the game, Gordon. Much enjoyed the time in the commentary box with her up at Trent Bridge earlier this year. Oh, that was a beaut. Some real turnout there today for the spinners. Down the track comes Kopak. She's not going to wait and allow Gordon to bowl it up. That single brings up the 150, 150 for 9. Oh, now, what did that come off? Cry of catch. They all thought they had it. Not to be. For Lightning from that delivery. Shouldn't be a moment that they look back on and rue. But we've seen stranger things in cricket. Nice bit of flight on that from Gordon. That's tickled away fine. More runs here. A couple more for Patel. Moves to 4 from 18. 152 for 9. A little bit of fun to be had for the tail before this one's done. Come on, team, the cry from somewhere around the field. Try to get this one wrapped up. Which again, from a Lightning perspective, you look from afar, will look like a pretty comprehensive performance. But it was a pretty competitive match, and one that they were a fair way behind at a couple of stages, so they've got to look back and think they've done incredibly well to turn two heavily imbalanced situations in both innings. 150 for 7 and 97 without loss. They've managed to turn that really well. So that's Gordon done. 4 for 31 from her, 10, 2 maidens. Excellent from her. And fair to say, pretty much match winning for the visitors here at Chelmsford. It's up in the air, straight down the ground though. Nothing too, but it should just be a single. Deepish mid on. Oh, slight misfield. They were thinking of the second, but it wasn't there. 153 for 9. Oh, that's sweetly struck as well. Down the ground it goes for 4 more. Patel's in the mood now as well. She moves to 8. 157 for 9. Keep going, girls. The cry from the field. They won't want to... of course, they won't want to let it slip, but they won't let it get silly either. The Lightning. Full toss, swept for just a single, steer really round the corner from goal on this occasion, from Patel, sorry, on this occasion. She moves to 9. That's hit in the air, oh, and over mid-wicket. That's going to be 4 more, or is it? Mid-on won't get there, mid-wicket will, manage to flick it back in. They've taken 2. 159 for 9. That's hit up in the air. Mid-on's dropped back deep. Has she dropped too deep? No, she hasn't. What a catch. What a way to finish it for Lightning with a stunning catch in the field. That almost feels a fitting way to win it for them. Bryce gets down and underneath it. Brilliant from Bryce. And excellent from Lightning, the way they've come back twice today. Kopak's gone for 12. Fitting as well, I guess, that the Centurion Bryce takes the catch. Lyon with the wicket. And a victory margin of 70 runs, 160 all out for Sunrisers. And a match where they will... Again, can't say it enough really. Look back on 2 moments. 150 for 7, 97 without loss in the chase. They were in 2 fabulous positions in this match. But Lightning fought back very, very well. And have secured the victory by 70 runs. So it's the next Saturday for Sunrisers and for Lightning. To wait and see when those Friday fixtures are rescheduled for the postponed games. We shall see. Ends in glorious sunshine here at Chelmsford today. Thanks very much for your company. It was a fine game of cricket, which had to see Lightning twice fight back from pretty desperate positions to win this one. So well done them on their second victory in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. From Mara Carr, Danny Warren, Kelly Castle, myself, Kevin Hand, and the rest of the team on the stream, many thanks for your company today. Back next Saturday with the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Of course, all the county matches will resume tomorrow as well to tune into as well. And we'll wait and see on those rescheduled matches from Friday. But from all of us here, it's a very good evening as the Lightning wrap up victory by 70 runs.